by that, and I think now in their second year, they also will benefit from some of that added bonus of having some other very capable players on board.
That's Eric Montross getting us started off here on Countdown to Tip-Off. Carolina and Loyola of Maryland beginning the season here in just under 90 minutes' time. I'll leave you with this. Nobody really got the college basketball experience last year, and we'll hear from Coach Hardy of Loyola coming up during the network portion of our broadcast. They essentially played half a season and strung things along pretty well once the Patriot League tournament got started, but there just wasn't the feel of college basketball last year. For anybody that was on the floor last year in an empty stadium, what will tonight be like for them?
Well, I think that it would be a bit of a shock for a freshman or a sophomore because they've not ever felt it. And even though they felt it in high school, I think that when you get to college, it's a whole different ball of wax. And I think that right now, for these guys to come into this atmosphere, I hope there is some shock tonight because I hope that the Smith Center is packed. I hope it is brimming with enthusiasm and support for not just the players but also for our new head coach in Hubert Davis because he's deserving of that kind of support tonight.
Coach Davis and the Tar Heels hit the floor at 7 o'clock against Loyola. Our thanks to Eric Montross for getting us started here on Countdown to Tip-Off, as a few of the Tar Heels are on the floor here at the Smith Center going through some pregame warm-ups. Haven't seen Loyola just yet, but that will change here in the coming moments. We've got to step aside and take our first timeout, but when we come back, we'll hear from the aforementioned Hubert Davis, some of his thoughts on this year's team and really how last year ended and transitioning into this season. We'll talk to Coach Davis about that when we come back after this from Learfield.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to janetkingrdu.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Whether
you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to tip off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance because you never know where life is going to take you. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Tip-Off on a Tuesday evening inside the Smith Center. Carolina and Loyola set to tip things off at 7 o'clock. We've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show coming up at the top of the hour. And again, our thanks to Eric Montross for joining us off the top of the broadcast. We've still got to look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard before our time expires. But right now, let's check in with the head coach of Carolina in his first year and getting ready to coach his first game. It's Hubert Davis, and it's interesting to go back to hear from Coach Davis on how last year ended and what he had to say to last year's team and some of the returning players in the locker room following the NCAA tournament loss to Wisconsin. Now, I certainly couldn't do his words justice, so we'll just go right back to Coach Davis here and listen to what he had to say in his own words to last year's team at the end of the season.
After the Wisconsin game, I was upset and I was frustrated, and you know, at the end of the season, Coach Williams always gives us as an assistants a little bit of time to be able to speak if we have anything on our mind. For 8 years as an assistant, when coaches asked me at the end of the season, did I have anything that I wanted to say to the team, I had always said no. So this was the first time, CL, that I actually said yes. And I wanted to let them know that this wasn't Carolina. It wasn't Carolina to lose in the first round of the NCAA tournament. It wasn't Carolina to lose in that fashion, in that I wanted guys that were committed to being a part of this program, being a part of this team, and achieving all the team goals that we've always wanted to achieve every year. And I gave an opening to every guy on there. If they weren't locked in, if they didn't have both feet in, if they didn't unpack their bags and give this program everything that they had, then they needed to leave. They needed to transfer. I wanted guys fully committed. I wanted guys that wanted to be here and wanted to be a part of this program and this history. And I was clear and definitive in what I wanted to communicate to them after that Wisconsin game.
It's Coach Davis on what he had to say to last year's team in the wake of that loss to Wisconsin. This year's team on the floor going through some shooting drills in the Smith Center, preparing to take on Loyola here at 7 o'clock. Well, certainly Carolina's been known to score some points through the years. It really hasn't mattered who the head coach has been. Carolina's had the players to get it done from the offensive standpoint. But interesting to go back to hear from Coach Davis on how the starters were selected, both when he was a player and now as a head coach. Defense apparently gets it done more than anything else. Take a listen.
One of the things that when I was at Carolina, the starting lineup was all dependent, obviously, on positions, but it was dependent on how you graded out defensively. And I really love that. You know, I love that Coach Smith, you know, even though that I could shoot the ball pretty well, for myself personally, he held me accountable on being able to do well on a defensive end as well. And that's what I want to do with these guys. You know, it's not okay to score 30 points, but allow your guy to score 40. You're going to have to play on both ends of the floor. And I want our guys to be locked in and for us to be the best defensive team that we can be. And so in order to hold each other accountable, I thought they would bring back the defensive award winners and allow guys to be rewarded for their effort on the defensive end for being allowed to start. And so I'm looking forward to doing that for the remainder of the year.
It's Coach Davis on how he intends to select the starters for tonight's game. And again, it's not really important who gets the start. In most cases, it's important who finishes these games, and it remains to be seen if the finish of this one will be thrilling or not with Loyola, the first opponent on the calendar here for Carolina. The Tar Heels then return to the floor on Friday night at 9 o'clock against Brown before traveling to Charleston on the 16th. That's a week from tonight at 8:30 before things really intensify with the Hall of Fame tip-off up in Connecticut against Purdue, and then either Tennessee or Villanova after that. UNC Asheville rounds out the month of November on the 23rd before Michigan comes to the Smith Center for the ACC Big Ten Challenge. Back to Coach Davis from the exhibition against Elizabeth City State the other day to Loyola here tonight. What's his focus going to be on?
One of the things that I felt like from the exhibition that I thought we did really well is I thought we were really good defensively, especially in the second half. I think at the beginning of the second half, we had 10 consecutive stops. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And Elizabeth City was very athletic and very good and very prepared. And so I was really happy with it defensively. So going into Loyola, I want us to be really great defensively. That's an area that I feel like that we can be consistent every day. You know, shots go in, and sometimes we make them, sometimes we miss. But one of the things consistently is for us to be great on the defensive end. And I really think that we can get some stuff in transition. You know, because of our defense in Elizabeth City allowed us to get out in transition. And one of the things that I consistently talk to the guys is about, you know, we want to sprint to offense, but it's our pace. That's our pace. We want to be the fastest team in the country, our pace. And a lot of times our defense leads into our pace, and that gives us good offense. And as you can see, we've got tremendous versatility on the offensive end amongst our bigs and also our guards as well.
That's Coach Davis on the focus from the exhibition last week to the first game of the season tonight against Loyola. The Greyhounds have entered the Smith Center, and they're on the floor now as the beginning of the 2021-22 season inches closer and closer. Just over an hour from now, we'll have the tip. And in just over 10 minutes, we've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. I'll be joined by Jones Angel, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas will also be by. Ben Alexander's on scene as our chief network engineer, Jody Zeugner providing the stats, and John Essick working in the studio to push all the right buttons. Time to take another break, but when we come back, it is a jam-packed top 25 at ACC scoreboard here tonight on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll hit to all that and more when we wrap things up. It's Countdown to Tip-Off from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And no doubt, this is WCAB, the most sports for the foothills.
Valley Sports South and the Valley Sports app, your home for ACC basketball.
Countdown to tip-off rolls forward on a Tuesday from Chapel Hill. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to business right on the cusp of tipping off the new basketball season. Loyola in town to take on Carolina. We've checked in with Eric Montross. You just heard from Hubert Davis. Now let's get up to speed on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. There are a slew of 7 o'clock games in addition to ours. Lafayette and Syracuse match up. The Citadel goes to Pittsburgh, and Clemson hosts Presbyterian. Later at 7:30 in the ACC, it's Miami of Ohio at Georgia Tech, and Miami taking on Canisius from South Florida. At 8 o'clock, Bucknell goes to North Carolina State. Maine travels to Blacksburg, where Virginia Tech awaits, and Dartmouth is at BC. The 9 o'clock tips feature number 25 Virginia hosting Navy, and Southern at Louisville. The 9:30 game tonight in the ACC. It's a big one, number 10 Kentucky and number 9 Duke. Carolina women's basketball team in action right now against North Carolina A&T. The Tar Heels lead 60-21 with about 5.5 minutes left to play in the third quarter. Some other area games today from around the state. These are all 7 o'clock tips. North Carolina A&T is at UNCG. South Carolina State's at East Carolina. Richmond hosts North Carolina Central. Davidson welcomes Delaware to town. It's Monmouth at Charlotte. Appalachian State traveling to Iona. At 7:30, UNC Asheville goes to UAB. William Peace visiting Campbell. Bowling Green to Western Carolina. The 8 o'clock games. Shenandoah versus High Point. UNCW at Illinois State. And Elon traveling to Gainesville, where the Florida Gators await. In the top 25, one game already in progress. Halfway through the second half, Villanova, ranked number 4 in the first poll, leads Mount St. Mary's 62-37. Other action coming up later on tonight. It's Dixie State versus number 1 Gonzaga at 9. At 11, number 2 UCLA hosting Cal State Bakersfield. At 7 o'clock, third-ranked Kansas goes to Michigan State. In that battle of two premier programs, it's Houston Baptist and number 5 Texas. At 9 o'clock, Bellarmine and number 7 Purdue. At 7. At 8, Jackson State versus number 11 Illinois. Tennessee Tech makes the short trek from Cookeville over to West Tennessee, where number 12 Memphis awaits at 8 o'clock. Another 7 o'clock game features Texas Southern versus number 13 Oregon. Louisiana Tech and number 14 Alabama at 9 o'clock. Hofstra takes on number 15 Houston at 8, as well as Mercer visiting number 16 Arkansas. 17th ranked Ohio State tips at the top of the hour against Akron. UT Martin goes east to take on number 18 Tennessee at 7. Quinnipiac and number 21 Maryland also tip at 7 o'clock. At 8, Morehead State goes to number 22 Auburn. Another 7 o'clock tilt features Siena and number 23 St. Bonaventure. At 6:30, Central Connecticut goes to number 24 UConn. We'll also be monitoring the college football playoff rankings, which should be released a little later on tonight. But that'll do it for a full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Carolina and Loyola don't have a lot of history against one another, just one previous meeting all the way back on New Year's Eve, 1947. The Tar Heels got the better of the Greyhounds on that evening. 64-47 was the final, but there'll be a brand new edition etched in the history of Carolina basketball coming up here tonight. Again, thanks to all those who listened and participated. We'll be right back with the Reach Jewelers pregame show after this. In the meantime, you've been listening to Countdown to Tip-Off from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanetKingRDU.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Justin Osborne of Brevard Middle School in Brevard. His project, Outperforming with Vacuum Forming, is sponsored by Haywood EMC based in Waynesville. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
Hey Tar Heel fans, no matter how you celebrate game day, it's all about the food. And Harris Teeter has everything you need. Delicious subs and wraps, fresh hot store-made pizza, all sizes of party platters or ready-to-serve wing trays, just to name a few. Plus, with Harris Teeter fuel points, you can earn free fuel with every purchase you make, up to $1 off per gallon. Stop at your Harris Teeter for great savings on all your game day needs, or download the HT app to order ahead. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans shop for groceries.
Are you the ultimate Carolina basketball fan? Then enter the Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway. Visit ramsclub.com/enter for your chance to win prizes valued over $2,000, including a 2-night stay at the Graduate Hotel, exclusive Tar Heel gear, premium game tickets, a behind-the-scenes tour, and more. Unlimited entries and no purchase necessary to win. The winner will be contacted on 12/11/21. The Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway closes on December 10th at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Go Heels!
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heels Sports Network.
The Hubert Davis era of Carolina basketball unofficially started on Friday night as Carolina easily handled Elizabeth City State in an exhibition by the final score of 83-55. But tonight, it counts. The Tar Heels will officially play a game without Roy Williams on the sideline for the first time since the 2003-04 season. You'll still recognize Carolina, of course, as the Tar Heels want to run, rebound, and defend, but Coach Davis will certainly put his own unique stamps on the program as well. Because of that, and for the first time in a long time, you just don't really know what to expect from Carolina basketball. So let's start getting to know these Tar Heels, the Hubert Davis Tar Heels, tonight in the Smith Center. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the second meeting between Loyola, Maryland, and Carolina, the 112th season of Carolina basketball, and the Hubert Davis era. Starts right now.
The foundation is set here at Carolina.
In dominant fashion tonight in the Smith Center.
And the way that we will play
goes back up and scores.
Will be the Carolina way.
Here comes Carolina. Quick three. Got it! Walton, right corner. Three. Nothing but net. RJ from the right wing. Heels up 11. Love finds Baycott at the free throw line. Goes right down the lane. Gets the scoop and the home. Black out to Love for three. Yes! Caleb, the triple. Davis one-on-one with Couture is going to go up, get the bucket, and draw the foul. Hey there, young fella. What a tough pass to Love. His scoop shot won't go, but there's Baycott to clean it up. Behind the back dribble, and he'll take it himself. Has his shot pinned against the glass. Back to Caleb for the tomahawk. Hello.
The Tar Heels.
There's the horn, and Carolina sweeps the regular season series.
Are here.
Let's go.
This is Dave Nathan. It's not just the beginning of a new season, it's the start of a new era here at Carolina. Hubert Davis is in year one on the sidelines, and tonight is game one against Loyola. Jones Angel will have the call of this evening's contest.
Yeah, certainly a new day for Carolina basketball, Dave, as Hubert Davis takes the reins of the program. There's going to be a lot of familiar Tar Heel things, probably some new Tar Heel stuff, too. We'll start to see all of it tonight as they do go against an unfamiliar opponent in the Greyhounds from Loyola, Maryland. Someone very familiar to us all. That's Eric Montross, former All-America center for Carolina and a member of the 1993 National Championship
Jones,
team.
the students were early to arrive tonight into the aluminum risers flanking the UNC bench. Certainly the enthusiasm for the beginning of the season is magnified by the performance of the Tar Heels this past Friday in their exhibition game versus Elizabeth City State. There was speed, offensive marksmanship, and spacing that made for quite the fun atmosphere. But the biggest draw tonight is game one for Carolina's new head man, Hubert Davis. Since the press conference announcing the move, players, fans, and staff alike have been struck by his sincerity, openness, love for place and team. And they're hopeful that the work ethic that has propelled him into the top of his prior professions will have the same effect again. Tonight officially begins the Hubert Davis tenure. Glad you're here with us to savor the moment.
We've got all those storylines on the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Plus, Mac Brown discusses Thursday's football game coming up in Pitt. We'll bring you interviews with head coaches Hubert Davis and Tavares Hardy. Eric Montross and Adam Lucas answer your questions about the Tar Heels. We'll check on scores from around the country, too. All of that and more is coming up as we count you down to tip-off between the Tar Heels and Greyhounds from the Smith Center in Chapel Hill. This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Thousands of people contact InventHelp monthly about their invention or new product. Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Call InventHelp now. Best of all, the call and information are free. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential, explaining every step of the invention process. Join people just like you who made the call to InventHelp. You have nothing to lose. The call and the information are free.
Call 1-800-211-1813. That's 1-800-211-1813.
Hi, I'm Vivica Fox. Every year, millions of animals lose their homes and end up in shelters. Learn how to help animals in need of rescue and adoption at AmericanHumane.org and be a hero to our best friends in their worst times.
Hi, it's Jones Angel. Thanks for staying tuned to our friends here in Rutherford County, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Tar Heel Sports Network, and you're listening to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Carolina basketball is brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Welcome to a brand new season of Carolina basketball right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. We've got our entire cast of characters back for another year on these broadcasts, but the basketball program has a different look. There are the usual freshmen who are new to the program. There are even a handful of transfers on this year's roster. But, Jones, the staff is retooled, and the head coach is now Hubert Davis.
Yeah, and what an exciting day for Carolina basketball for Coach Davis, even though I think he seems the least impressed about it than anybody. He's been asked about it a bunch, as you would expect, and he made a very good point. He said, look, I've been through this tunnel 1,000 times, both as a player and as an assistant coach and every day at practice, and this place is very special to him. It's been very meaningful in his life even before he became a player here. So Carolina, Eric, has always been a part of who Hubert Davis is about. I do think that he understands the weight of the position that he now holds, but I also don't think that he's awed by it or overwhelmed by it. He said, look, this is what I'm here to do. Let's go do it.
I don't think he's awed. He may be in awe of it because it's an opportunity that he treasures, and so I say in that respect, I don't think that he's spooked by it, but I will tell you this. He said to you after this last post game against Elizabeth City State that he had the intent to sit on the sideline and coach, and what happened was he paced back and forth the entire game, and it was an exhibition. And I think what we will find is that even though he knows what he wants to expect, which is a normal walkout, it will be anything but normal when this crowd rises to their feet and these students that are right here adjacent to this tunnel get to hollering for him.
You mentioned the Elizabeth City State exhibition last week. There was the secret scrimmage against Florida, and those are really the two best opportunities Carolina's had to play together. And while this isn't a program that's undergone some sort of dramatic facelift in terms of how it plays, Jones, with a revamped roster, there's going to be a few things we expect the team to do differently.
Yeah, and the words that Hubert Davis has used a lot. He's used versatility a lot, and he's used spacing a lot. And I know Eric talked some with you on Countdown to Tip-Off, Dave. Eric and I talked about it some during the exhibition game about the spacing offensively. And, Eric, that versatility, I think, was on display as well, particularly on the defensive side. And Hubert has said he wants his small guys to be able to guard small and big guys, and he wants his big guys to be able to guard big and small guys. And you saw that. They switched a lot of screens out on the perimeter, and that is something that he values. That is something that he wants all his guys to be able to do, is to contribute in a lot of different ways, both offensively and defensively, and not necessarily only be able to do this one thing.
Versatility is great, and I like the school of thought, but I will also tell you that if you're going into a game as a player and you have to master the defense against multiple players, it's difficult. It's not impossible. It's difficult to get into that rhythm, and that's why it's going to take a little while for this team to be at its best over the course of the season defensively, because it is something that you do have to get used to. And if you're used to playing one guy and knowing his tendencies, knowing whether he's going to go right, left, or he's going to go over his left shoulder for a shot, or if he's going to dribble first, or whether he's going to look to pass first, you have to be able to do that now for multiple players, so it does take more of a focus defensively.
And, Dave, of course, I think a lot of the focus on that versatility and the change is that Hubert Davis has put a premium on getting size that can shoot. And so that's why guys like Dawson Garcia and Brady Manick are now parts of Carolina basketball. They are they have the skill set, Eric, that Coach Davis and his staff really value. And it's something that almost immediately they went and tried to address, was to improve Carolina's shooting ability. This is a team that only made on average about 5.5 3-pointers per game, shot just 32% as a team last season. The last two seasons have been pretty low as far as that 3-point percentage, and that's just it plays a larger role in college basketball than it once did. And to have guys who are, in Manick's case, listed at 6'9", Garcia's case listed at 6'11", that can step out and stretch the floor a little bit offensively, clearly something that's important to Hubert Davis and his staff.
Yeah, the offensive versatility is really impressive to me. It's part of what's fun. It's probably where the college game is moving towards more and more, if you can do it. But, again, you've got to do it well. Back to the defense for just a second. I think the other thing that Carolina has shown us, it was the defensive intensity. Work ethic will get through, and effort will get you through a lot of the bumps in the road early on if you're doing what we're doing, which is starting off with some new principles. But this team has shown a propensity to get in your face, to move the feet, to work together, to communicate, and all those have been preseason points of emphasis for Hubert Davis.
For all the players on this year's roster that Carolina does have, one player they won't have accessible tonight is Puff Johnson, who continues to nurse a lower body injury. So the roster is pretty deep, but unfortunately for Puff, he's unavailable tonight. And that is our breakthrough physical therapy injury report. Whether you're a Tar Heels fan or a weekend warrior, neck, back, and knee pain can affect us both on and off the court and field. Go see the pain experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy or online at breakthrough-pt.com. Proud partner of UNC Athletics and keeping fans in the game. We're just getting started here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. After a quick timeout, we'll come back and break down Carolina's opponent. That is Loyola, and that's coming up next from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
Hey, UNC fans, this basketball season, come try made-to-order burgers, pulled pork barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. You can find them in the Smith Center concession area. It is hellaciously good. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Loyola is in town to take on Carolina as we begin the basketball season tonight in Chapel Hill. Now, this Loyola bunch is from Maryland. This isn't the Loyola Chicago team that's made deep runs in the tournament recently, but it is a program that made it to the finals of its conference tournament last season, Jones, despite having 9 games postponed or canceled and not starting the season until mid-January.
Yeah, for some reason it just really struck me when looking at Loyola just how weird last year was. I mean, these guys only played 17 games. They finished 6-11. 4-9 in Patriot League play. I mean, I'm sure they're disappointed with that. But Eric, it's just, I think the more we get through this season, we're going to look back at last season and just go, man, it's hard to really have any strong judgments on teams or players or programs if you're using last year as your benchmark. And that's not to take anything away from Baylor or Gonzaga had a great year or anything like that. I just mean it was such a weird season, and there were so many different things that made it a challenge for everybody around the sport. And so I'm sure that was a disappointing year for them, but I also would think that Tavares Hardy, their head coach, feels like they're getting a fresh start this year just like everybody else is, and is excited and not necessarily hanging on too much to what happened last season.
And in some ways, even if there wasn't competition, there may have been opportunity for some of these players to get better over that time, finding ways in the gym. Not everybody was. A lot of students were sent home. But that's it. That's the flip side is if there is a silver lining somewhere in this scenario, where is it for these student athletes? And that's something that Hardy and the coaches will try and figure out. But certainly there's been an opportunity to have some introspection on their team and look at and think about this year for a long time, maybe more than you certainly would typically have.
Loyola hasn't had the high-profile roster turnover that Carolina's dealt with. Greyhounds returned 4 starters from last year, including 6'4" guard Jalen Andrews, who averaged over 11.5 points per game and nearly 5 rebounds a season ago.
Yeah, I found an interesting quote from Tavares Hardy on him that he said he's right on the cusp of being really good. And he's got a good skill set, athletic guy. He was all conference his freshman year a couple of seasons ago, trying to get more consistent with his jump shot. He shot just 22% from behind the arc a season ago, and he's somebody that Carolina will certainly be paying close attention to. Also think, Cam Spencer, somebody who's a good player for them, did not play the first 12 games last year as he returned from an injury. But in his last 5 games, in which they played pretty darn well, including a run, Dave, as you said, to the finals of the Patriot League tournament, Spencer was a big part of that. And in those 5 games that he played, averaged double figures, 7 of 15 from three-point range, shot well at the free throw line as well. So he was somebody that clearly, I think, had he been available for their entire season, somebody that would have helped them last year. Eric, one more thing is Loyola has an unusual amount of size for a team from the Patriot League. They've got Golden DK, who's listed at 6'10", Alonzo Faure, both those gentlemen natives of Spain. He's listed at 6'10". They just brought in a pair of freshmen from Serbia. They're twins, Veljko Ilić and Miloš Ilić, listed at 6'10" and 6'9". So, I mean, they have some big bodies for a smaller school.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that'll be interesting. I talked about a little bit earlier with Dave about the rebounding side of Carolina's game. It will be hard to know if we've been tested for the next 6 or 7 games, but when you have size, you have to move to get into position to pick up offensive or defensive rebounds. We don't really know. Is there a tendency for instance, Dawson Garcia or Armando or Brady Manick to go over the top? Are they used to going over the back of smaller players? This would be a team they won't be able to go over the back of to pick up rebounds. Is that something that may rear its head in situations like this? Who knows? But I think one of the things you see is that when you have a lot of European players, the typical standard and stereotypical side is that these players have a high degree of skill. So I do think that it will mitigate a little bit of Carolina's natural advantage that they currently have with Manick and Garcia being able to float outside because these guys are probably used to it.
That's Eric Montross. He's got a high degree of skill in answering your email questions, which will be coming your way after the break. It's been a long offseason. Eric has been prepping like nobody's business for our next segment. Adam Lucas may stop by as well, and Jones will talk to Coach Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. This is the Reach Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
If you want the nation's best auto insurer, look no further than North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Rated #1 in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card. We're the only insurer in the nation to receive an A+ rating from auto body shops in 2020 and 2021. Our philosophy is simple. Be fair, be quick, be the best. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Justin Osborne of Brevard Middle School in Brevard. His project, Outperforming with Vacuum Forming, is sponsored by Haywood EMC based in Waynesville. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW center for details.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Tonight's pregame show is brought to you by Reach Jewelers. The official Reach Jewelers tip-off time is 7:02. Reach Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reach Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Dave Nathan and Eric Montross welcoming you back to our broadcast, where we've got a couple of emails to tackle, big fella. First one from Jeff Green. It's a good one. What are some of your memories of Hubert Davis as a teammate?
I thought going into this segment you said you weren't going to touch on my memory. You know what? I think I will tell you this. The thing that we were so fortunate to have under Coach Smith, and it's continued in large part, is just accountability from top to bottom. And Hubert was an accountable teammate. He was bought into team. He was, as one of the upperclassmen, he was a junior my freshman year, and so he was the only junior. So we really looked up to the junior and senior class, which those guys were very close, and Hubert's spoken on his relationship with Rick Fox and Pete Chilcutt and King Rice, but those were the guys that taught us the ropes. And so I would tell you that, nobody's perfect, but Hubert was pretty darn close as a teammate and a leader and someone that we could look up to.
Pretty good insight from Eric Montross as Adam Lucas has fought through the throngs of autograph hounds outside the building and has made his way courtside. Adam, I think those folks have been camped out all off season waiting for a glimpse of your entry.
My mom was just insistent that I sign that autograph before I came in. And Dave and Eric, the best Hubert Davis as a teammate story I've heard yet came from Jeff Lebo, who also is in his first year on staff, of course. And Jeff Lebo said that when Hubert was a freshman, the upperclassmen decided they were going to get him. So they said, Hubert, today is Coach Smith's birthday, which it actually was. And they said, Hubert, it's tradition that the freshmen sing happy birthday to Coach Smith when we gather at center court for practice. That's the first thing we do. And Hubert, you're the only freshman in your class, so you're going to have to carry this thing. So Coach Smith blows the whistle. Everybody runs to center court. They gather around the jump circle. Coach Smith goes over the thought for the day, and then Hubert Davis steps forward into the center jump circle and begins singing happy birthday, finishes the entire song, and then Coach Smith, I'm not going to do Jeff Lebo's Dean Smith impression, but it happened. And Coach Smith looks at Hubert and says, Hubert, I'm glad you can shoot the basketball.
Well,
so I don't think that was the question, Dave, but that was an awesome story that felt like it fit there.
I mean, no matter the question right now, who wants to follow something like that? Unfortunately, John Lanier's name is attached to this question, and he'll have to follow that story. What's going to be the biggest difference on court, Adam, with Hubert Davis on the sidelines that we didn't see with Coach Williams?
Well, I think we're going to find out in the days and weeks to come. One thing we saw Friday night, and I think we'll see again tonight, a shorter rotation. I think Coach Davis has a very defined idea of how many players he wants to play, and that may be a little shorter than what Carolina fans are used to seeing at this point in the season. So you might see a shorter bench tonight than you've seen before.
All right, good stuff from Eric Montross and Adam Lucas here courtside as we get ready for Carolina and Loyola. Time now for the Continental Tire Coaches Corner as Jones sits down with Coach Davis. It's brought to you by Continental Tire. Driving confidence no matter the surface, no matter the season. For a dealer near you, visit ContinentalTire.com.
The 112th season of Carolina basketball starts tonight. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis. Coach, this is the season opener, of course, but your team was also on the court on Friday, a 28-point victory over Elizabeth City State. What were your major takeaways from that exhibition?
Well, I was really excited about our team played on both ends of the floor, especially on the defensive end. That's an area that we've spent a lot of time at and really become a great defensive team, and I think we can be. We have, I've talked about the versatility that we have amongst our bigs, being able to guard guards out on the perimeter, and our wing players being able to guard big guys down low on the post. And I felt like our energy and our effort on the defensive end, particularly in the second half, was really good and it allowed us to get out and transition. Overall, I thought it was a really great game for us, and I felt like we improved.
Turnovers have been a big point of emphasis for you during this preseason. How did you feel like your team performed in that area?
It was good, but could be much better. I really do. You talk about turnovers. Last year, we were last place in the ACC in terms of turning the ball over, and that's an area that we have to improve. We've had 26 practices, and I think over half of the practices, the thought of the day has been making the easy play. We don't need home runs. We just need singles, and it's important. If we get shots, we're either going to make it or we're going to get the offensive rebound, but we got to get shots, and we got to take care of the basketball.
One thing that was evident on Friday is your team's depth. 10 players played 6 or more minutes in the game. What are the biggest benefits of that depth, and are there any challenges in trying to manage that depth?
Well, there are some challenges because everybody wants to play. Everybody wants to play big minutes, and I've been clear and definitive on terms of where my rotation is going to be set, but there's also benefit in having depth because you can use a number of different guys in different situations, depending on the situation, to put us in a position to win a basketball game. I love our depth. I love our ability to change lineups and do different things out there on the floor, and it makes it very difficult for an opponent to really prepare for us.
What are some of those guidelines, I guess, that you'll follow to set that rotation?
Well, one of the things that I do is, I've said that, when you try to make everybody happy, you don't make anybody happy. And I've always been consistent with, a 9, possibly a 10-man rotation, and that can change from game to game. But playing time is earned by your play and by your effort and by your preparation and practice. And if you're on the floor, that means that you have prepared and you have earned that time out there on the floor. And I feel very good about the guys that'll be playing consistently.
Carolina back on the floor tonight against Loyola of Maryland. We'll talk about the Greyhounds and a little more when Coach joins us later in our pregame show.
Dunkin' is here with your holiday helpers. Take on the season with a holiday classic like a peppermint mocha signature latte or a rich and creamy toasted white chocolate signature latte. Bold, smooth Dunkin' espresso and holiday flavors come together. Classic notes of mocha balanced with cooling peppermint or flavors of white chocolate topped with caramel and cinnamon sugar for a touch of holiday magic that will help you seize the season. Sip through the holidays with signature lattes from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Are you the Ultimate Carolina basketball fan? Then enter the Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway. Visit ramsclub.com/enter for your chance to win prizes valued over $2,000, including a 2-night stay at the Graduate Hotel, exclusive Tar Heel gear, premium game tickets, a behind-the-scenes tour, and more. Unlimited entries and no purchase necessary to win. The winner will be contacted on 12/11/21. The Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway closes on December 10th at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Go Heels!
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Tar Heel fans, Food Line is the proud sponsor of the Score to Give More program. For each free throw the Tar Heels make in tonight's game, Food Line Feeds will donate 100 meals to a local area food bank. Food Line is the official grocer of the ACC. This is the Reach Jewelers pregame show, and while the Carolina basketball team opens up a new season tonight, the football team is heading down the home stretch. It remains to be seen how the Heels finish the season, but a win on Saturday over Wake Forest was certainly helpful. Operating on a short week now, the team travels to Pittsburgh for a Thursday night showdown with the Panthers, who lead the Coastal Division.
Pittsburgh's got a really good team. It's a short week, so I've told the guys it's like the NFL. You play on Sunday, you play again on Thursday, so they're not going to have a lot of time to get some physical stuff done. We had a long game on Saturday. We had a lot of plays that we played. It was a very physical game, so we've got to get ready to go. And Coach Narduzzi's done a super job, I thought, when he hired Mark Whipple. Mark's one of the better offensive coordinators in the country, and you can see the results just by what he's done with Kenny Pickett, who's now thrown for over 3,000 yards and 29 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. So again, on Thursday night, fans will be privileged to see 2 of the best quarterbacks in college football. So it should be a lot of fun to watch that.
That's the head coach of the Carolina football team, Mack Brown, here on the Reach Jewelers pregame show. As we take another quick timeout, we'll hear from another head coach. That's Loyola head man Tavares Hardy. It's the Reach Jewelers pregame show, and it returns after this from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in 4A City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of 4A City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
100.9 FM and 590 AM. Recommended by 3 out of 4 truck drivers. The fourth one? Well, he just stopped off for coffee. This is WCAB.
Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
It's 15 minutes to tip off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Tavares Hardy is entering his 4th season as the head coach at Loyola. He has major college experience on the sidelines as a former assistant at Northwestern and Georgetown. He also has some ACC ties, having coached at Georgia Tech. So this isn't exactly Hardy's first rodeo in the Smith Center.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first time we played them was at our place the year you guys won the championship when I was at Tech, and we got them. And so that was a big deal for us to get that win. But the next year we knew it was going to be a tough game. We knew they would remember the year before. And it was, they came out, and it was a hard game for us. I tell you about my craziest memory of the Smith Center. I go to the bathroom at halftime, and I didn't realize there was a button you got to press to get out. It was hidden. And I was stuck in the bathroom. I had to walk past Roy Williams and the rest of the team after warm-ups were over and they were in their huddle because I got locked in the locker room. But I'll try to make sure our guys don't do that tonight.
Home court advantage at any cost, right, Coach?
Exactly.
This is obviously your first true game in a while, and to be playing out of conference, out of town, in front of fans, what's it going to be like to have a real basketball experience for the first time in a while?
Yeah, our guys are excited. This game was supposed to be played last year, so, much respect to Coach Davis and the Tar Heel program for keeping this game on the books and letting us play it this year. Just for our guys, it's an incredible experience. We practiced there last night, and so they got a chance to see the banners and the jerseys and the rafters, and obviously it's just a beautiful arena. And so, they're just grateful that, we all grew up, watching Carolina basketball, no matter where you're from. We have players from all over the country, all over the world. Everyone knows about Carolina basketball. So, they're looking forward to seeing where they stack up. And that's just what our program is all about. We're going to go out there and give it our all and let the chips fall where they may.
Coach, it's certainly a new era of Carolina basketball. I'm not quite sure what kind of relationship you have with Coach Davis, but what do you think you know about how the Tar Heels are going to play tonight?
Yeah, obviously, with the Elizabeth City game being on ESPN Plus, we got a chance to watch that. From what I can see, he's not wavering too much. Carolina basketball, obviously, he played in it. It's been such a staple of how they play for so long. I know, they're not going to change the fact that they want to play up tempo. They're going to crush the boards. They're going to strive to be one of the best rebounding teams in the country, if not the best. They got big, strong guys up front, and they got quick, athletic guards on the wings. And so, it's going to be a challenge for us. But, we play a different brand of basketball as well. Ball movement, player movement. It's not, what they're typically used to seeing in the ACC, where you have so many pros and guys that can go get it themselves. We're going to try to get it as a team. And if our guys can take care of the ball and, work to get a good shot every possession, I think we'll give ourselves a chance to compete with them for a while.
That's the unique thing about this sport. There's a lot of ways to get it done. And, Coach, what did you feel like your team got done in your exhibition against Johns Hopkins last week?
Yeah, we have a young group. We do return 4 guys that play, a good amount of minutes over their career, but everyone else is brand new. And so for them, it's learning how to play the game under the lights with the refs. And so we got a lot of teaching to do. We're teaching in the moment. But we got a good group. They're talented. We're one of the bigger teams for our level. And so, matchup-wise, size-wise, we're as big as everyone that we're going to play against. It's just a matter of being able to execute at the level we need to execute. So that's the next thing for us, is continue to grow. We're not going to, worry game to game. We just want to grow and continue to get better.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. All rights reserved.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, no matter how you celebrate game day, it's all about the food. And Harris Teeter has everything you need. Delicious subs and wraps, fresh hot store-made pizza, all sizes of party platters or ready-to-serve wing trays, just to name a few. Plus, with Harris Teeter fuel points, you can earn free fuel with every purchase you make, up to $1 off per gallon. Stop at your Harris Teeter for great savings on all your game day needs, or download the HT app to order ahead. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans shop for groceries.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Jewelers pregame show continues with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Carolina and Loyola coming up at the top of the hour. Carolina women's basketball team knocked off North Carolina A&T earlier, 92-47, and a final from the top 25 back on the men's side of things. Fourth-ranked Villanova routs Mount St. Mary's 91-51. We'll pause again and come back with part two of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner from Learfield.
When the holidays really get going, I keep up with Dunkin's new Pancake Minis. 6 fluffy and delicious pancakes served with dipping syrup, packed and ready to go. During traffic, in the middle of shopping, even while making a costume for the holiday play. This season, I've got Pancake Minis to take on the holidays, wherever they take me, and a creamy white mocha hot chocolate to sweeten the season. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
UNC Tar Heels basketball is on Valley Sports South, your home for ACC hoops.
Score the basket.
Be sure to catch some of the biggest ACC matchups of the season live as the Tar Heels clash with the best of the best in the ACC and across the country. From Tobacco Road and beyond, UNC Hoops action on Valley Sports is nothing but net. On target. Watch or stream live on Valley Sports South and the Valley Sports app, your home for ACC basketball.
Are you the Ultimate Carolina basketball fan? Then enter the Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway. Visit ramsclub.com/enter for your chance to win prizes valued over $2,000, including a 2-night stay at the Graduate Hotel, exclusive Tar Heel gear, premium game tickets, a behind-the-scenes tour, and more. Unlimited entries and no purchase necessary to win. The winner will be contacted on 12/11/21. The Ultimate Carolina Basketball Experience giveaway closes on December 10th at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Go Heels!
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Carolina basketball is brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
North Carolina just minutes away from starting the 2021-22 season. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hubert Davis, inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, Loyola, Maryland, the opponent tonight. First meeting between these two since 1947. So an unfamiliar opponent. What have been some of the points of emphasis leading into this matchup?
Well, they're a very efficient offensive team. They do a really good job of running their offense and getting the ball into the hands of their playmakers and shooters, and they take care of the basketball. So from a defensive standpoint, we have to be sound, disciplined. We have to talk on the defensive end, and we have to be alert at their movements in order to make them make contested shots or tough shots. And one of the things in practice that we've talked about a lot is to finish out our defense with the box out, which allows us to get out in transition. And so those are things in terms of Loyola, Maryland, that we've talked about from a defensive standpoint.
You've been pretty clear this game isn't about you, the season isn't about you, but have you had a moment to soak in the fact that you are about to lead this program, or is there just not any time for that right now?
I haven't really, and there hasn't been very much time to do that. You know, over the last couple of days, people have asked me, what is the feeling going to be like when you walk through that tunnel? And I understand that it'll be the first time me walking through that tunnel as head coach of the University of North Carolina men's program during a regular season game. But I've walked through that tunnel a lot. And so from that standpoint, it isn't going to be different at all. You know, I walk through that tunnel every day for practice, and I've been through that tunnel as a player and as assistant coach a number of times. I'm just really excited about our guys starting the season, giving them an opportunity and a chance to do what they love and what they've worked hard for, and seeing our fans to be able to see what I get to see every day, how unbelievably talented they are.
Time to do it. Season tips off in just minutes. Coach, as always, thank you for your time. Best of luck.
All right, thank you very much.
That was part 2 of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. We've got our keys to the game coming up after we pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
100.9 FM and 590 AM. The best of both worlds. This is WCAB Rutherfordton.
Honda is the total package, and they're selling fast. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas. Jones, my key for this one for Carolina, finding the right combination of players to use with so much depth.
Got to take care of the basketball. I think that's one thing that Carolina has emphasized a lot, Eric, that it felt like it did okay but not great in the exhibition. Turned it over 15 times. They'd like to really do a better job than that.
And to go along with yours of taking care of the basketball, for me, it's about pace. I was so impressed with the speed of play and the efficiency of the passing and how quickly the ball moved around the court. Be watching for that again this evening.
Carolina and Loyola tipping off a brand new basketball season, and we'll have the tip-off for you coming up right after this from Learfield.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Justin Osborne of Brevard Middle School in Brevard. His project, Outperforming with Vacuum Forming, is sponsored by Haywood EMC based in Waynesville. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW center for details.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Well, it feels like it has been a long wait to get to this moment. About time for the 2022 Carolina basketball season to begin. Great to have fans back in the Smith Center, and of course, a brand new day for Carolina basketball with Hubert Davis taking over. Jones and Eric here with you courtside. We're joined by Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, Jody Zeugner, our statistician. We are ready to go for Carolina and Loyola. Let's start with our starting lineups for the visitors. The Greyhounds, they were 6-11 last year in 17 games, 4-9 in Patriot League play. They did advance to the Patriot League Tournament Championship before they fell to Colgate, just short of making the NCAA tournament. The starters for the Greyhounds, who, by the way, their head coach, Tavares Hardy, he is a former assistant at Georgia Tech. He's in his fourth year leading the Loyola program. In the backcourt, Kenneth Jones, 6-foot senior from Hillside, New Jersey, 5 points and 1.5 rebounds per game a season ago. Joined by the leading returning scorer for Loyola, Jalen Andrews, 6'4 senior from Owings Mills, Maryland. He had 18 points and 9 rebounds in Loyola's win over Johns Hopkins in its only public exhibition. Cam Spencer missed the first 12 games last year, played in the last 5. The 6'4 now junior averaged better than 10 points in those 5 games last season. And then up front, Miloš Ilić, a 6'9 freshman from Serbia, one of 5 international players on this Loyola team. And Golden DK, 6'10 junior from Spain. He had 10 rebounds and 5 assists in the win over Johns Hopkins. Now for Carolina. Tar Heels 18-11 a season ago. They finished ACC play at 10-6. Defeated Elizabeth City State in their only public exhibition, 83-55. Of course, Hubert Davis, first year as the Tar Heel head coach. This is his first year in any capacity as a head coach outside of the JV team here at Carolina. So this will be the first game that officially goes on his record. And there is a change, and Coach Davis has said he is not married to one starting lineup. It is going to vary from game to game, and we do see changes from what we saw in the exhibition, although the backcourt is the same. That's R.J. Davis, the 6-foot sophomore from White Plains, New York. He had 12 points and 5 assists in the exhibition win, along with Caleb Love, 6'4 sophomore from St. Louis, 10 points and 4 rebounds for Caleb in that game. Now, Leaky Black is starting. He did not start in the exhibition game. He started 28 of the 29 games a season ago. Black, the senior from Concord, North Carolina. Also, Brady Mannett getting the start. He did not start the exhibition game. The 6'9 graduate transfer from Oklahoma had 16 points and 5 rebounds in the exhibition. He averaged 11 points and 5 boards for the Sooners a year ago. And then the 5th starter, Armando Bacot, preseason All-ACC. He did start that exhibition. 6'10 junior from Richmond is Carolina's leading returning scorer and rebounder. So the two changes in the starting lineup, Walton and Garcia started the exhibition. They are both on the bench to start this game. Black and Manick, neither of them started the exhibition. They are in the starting lineup. And just to show you, I mean, Garcia was the leading scorer for Carolina in the exhibition with 17. So, Eric, Coach Davis has said that's going to be a fluid situation. He's not married to one. It's going to be really dependent on the performance in the game and the practices leading up to every single game, and we're already seeing a change here.
I like the accountability. I like how it keeps guys on their toes. I mean, I don't get the sense that this group could become complacent, but I also think that it's really good. Competition breeds success, and that's something that Coach has been very clear about.
Mark Schnurr, Sean Hull, Anthony Franklin, the three officials tonight. Carolina in its traditional home white, Carolina blue, numbers, letters, trim. The Argyle down the side. Loyola in all black uniforms tonight with deep green numbers and letters, a lot of white trim around the numbers, letters, and the uniforms in total. Well, brand new day for Carolina basketball. We're so excited that you decided to be with us. Mark Schnurr stands in between DK and Baycott. Both players tip the ball, and it goes to Leaky Black. Carolina will have it first, going from right to left as we see it here courtside in the Smith Center. So glad to be back with fans in the building and you here with us. Davis in the right corner up high to Manick. Quick three straight away. Yes. Boy, he can shoot. Hit a couple of them in the exhibition game. He was 2 of 5 from behind the arc and shot better than 37% a year ago. And he knocks that one in cleanly to give Carolina the early 3-0 lead. Loyola on the other side. Kenneth Jones, veteran point guard. Over to Cam Spencer. Tries to drive on Love. Cut off at the elbow left. Sends it back out. Ends up to DK in the post. One-on-one with Baycott. Out to Illich. His three-pointer. Missed wide left. And goes over the baseline to the Tar Heels.
You know, Carolina's offense was very busy. It was moving the ball. 4 passes before Manick shot. Defensively, they were equally as busy. And Leakey, even at the very end, contesting that three-pointer.
Black in the middle of the floor to Manick. He'll try another. That one's off the back iron from the left wing. Rebound to DK and Loyola. Here come the Greyhounds the other way out of the Patriot League. They had the one exhibition game, a win over Johns Hopkins, 60-49. Jones hands off outside the arc to Andrews. A brick on the left wing three. Long rebound to R.J. Davis. Pushes it front side to a trailing Love. His triple, yes! Every shot Carolina's taken has been a three. They've made 2 of them, and that prompts the early timeout from Loyola, and it also prompts the first-year head coach of the Tar Heels to come out both fist balled and scream, "Let's go," to his team. Liking the effort here in the first about 90 seconds of action. Well, Eric, 6-0 Carolina. Manick and Love with a couple of triples and some good defensive efforts as well for the Heels.
Yeah, that's right. And offensively, you know, it comes down. You had the 4 passes we talked about before Manick takes a 3. Then you have a quick shot by Manick on the left side about the 45. And then the third three-pointer is one that's in transition by Love. Those are all kind of acceptable. Maybe Mannix was a little fast. We don't know the identity of this team. It felt a little bit rushed. But, you know, he comes down, he has that enthusiasm, makes the first shot. So defensive role, and defensively, it's been pretty impressive to watch how tenacious these guys are in how they're being aggressive at the ball, but also in their responsibility to rotate.
Loyola with the basketball now in the front court. DK out in the middle of the floor. Passes to Illich. Still out near the timeline. Sends it back to the point guard Jones. Bounce pass to DK. Lost the basketball. Taken away by R.J. Davis. Davis goes the other way. Big Euro step. Gets the bucket with the left hand. And he draws the foul.
Yeah, R.J.'s been so good through this early season in practice and even in the exhibition. And then, of course, the latest example is what he just did, which is staying on target at the backboard, not getting too wide. He doesn't have the size to be able to finish outside of the backboard, so you take it strong, and yet you're controlled. You know, we're seeing this scorer's mentality that he came in from high school and tried to carry last year, but this year it's been on display.
Hot start as the free throw goes. So Davis with 3 points, 2 assists, a rebound, and a steal. And he played 2 minutes. 9-0 Carolina with the early advantage. Loyola has it front side for them. On the left sideline, Jones. Middle of the floor to Illich. He's guarded by Manick at the moment. Now sends it over on the right sideline to Spencer. To the other Illich, that's Velko. He passes off to Kenneth Jones, and he reins in a long 3 to make it 9-3. So now both of the Illich twins are in. Velko, a 6'10 freshman, and Milosh, a 6'9 freshman. Black to Manning. Gets it in the post to Baycott. A lot of contact down there. Able to recover the ball after it got tipped away, but misses the hook shot from right in front of the rim. Here comes Loyola the other direction. Quickly to a trailing Illich. That's Milosh. Now top of the key, Kenneth Jones. Checked by R.J. Davis. Davis really moving his feet. Jones got caught in the air with a jump shot. Didn't take it. Gets it down to Illich, but it was stripped by Baycott. Into the hands of Manick. Now to R.J. Davis. Hits the Jets the other way. Carolina now sets up in the half court. 9-3. Tar Heels with the early advantage. Baycott faces up right baseline. Count it.
Yeah, I love that shot by Baycott. I mean, it was nice, easy. There was nothing rushed about it. He knew that he had Illich sitting back about a step and a half, so it was a nice, easy touch and a good one at that.
11-3. Carolina with the early advantage. Velko Illich has it knocked out of his hands by Baycott. Ball loose on the deck after Black swiped it away from Andrews. Then Love gets the interception and the two-handed flush. Carolina all over the place. Baycott, Black, Love, all active defensively. Get the run-out dunk eventually by Caleb. 13-3. Love. Boy, he is D'ing up Spencer out on the perimeter. Loyola able to get it to Illich. That's Velko at the top of the key. To Kenneth Jones. Long step back three. Tips the front of the iron. Baycott picks the rebound up off the floor. Here come the Heels. 10-point lead and on the move. Love the other way. Goes into the right corner. Now sends it up high to Davis to set up the offense. To Leaky Black. Right wing to Caleb Love. To Manick. Open. Three. Just a little short. Baycott with the offensive rebound. Tried to go back up for the dunk, and he was fouled. So Baycott will go to the line. The foul is on Velko Illich. That's his first, and Baycott will have two shots. And, Eric, this is always dangerous because whenever you say, oh, man, the Tar Heels have done this preseason, it acts like they weren't doing it before under Roy Williams. So please understand that anytime we talk about that through this year, that there's the qualifying statement that as Baycott gets the roll on the free throw, obviously Roy Williams knew what he was doing and did it at a high level for a long time, and he could have coached forever, and everybody would have been happy. But Carolina really has focused on the defensive side heavily in this preseason, and you can see the energy on that side here early on.
Well, the energy is there. I think there's been a real premium on protecting your teammate defensively and being in the right position at the right time, and that's why Caleb picked up that interception on the last pass down the court.
Baycott made them both. It's now 15-3 as Garcia and Walton have checked in for Carolina. So the five on the floor, Love, Walton, Black, Garcia, and Baycott. Carolina with the 12-point lead. Illich hands off to Spencer. Tough three. Hit the right side of the rim. No good. Baycott soars in for the board. He'll pitch it ahead to Caleb Love. Comes front side on the right. Love, left-handed dribble into the paint. Goes hard left side. Can't finish off the glass. Rebound tipped out by Baycott, so it will belong to Loyola after this timeout. But what a hot start for Carolina. Heels 5 of 9 from the floor, 2 of 4 from three-point range. They have 7 points off 3 turnovers forced as well. 15:41 to go first half. Carolina's jumped out to a 15-3 advantage over Loyola from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Tar Heel fans, no matter how you celebrate game day, it's all about the food. And Harris Teeter has everything you need. Delicious subs and wraps, fresh hot store-made pizza, all sizes of party platters or ready-to-serve wing trays, just to name a few. Plus, with Harris Teeter fuel points, you can earn free fuel with every purchase you make, up to $1 off per gallon. Stop at your Harris Teeter for great savings on all your game day needs, or download the HT app to order ahead. Harris Teeter, where Tar Heel fans shop for groceries.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW Center for details.
Carolina 15 and Loyola 3 as the Tar Heels have started well, 5 of 9 from the floor and 2 of 4 from 3, 3 of 3 at the free throw line, 5 rebounds compared to 3 for Loyola. They forced a couple of turnovers, 3 of them for 7 points. That's just a quick check of the stats presented by the campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Harris Teeter excited about the Vic Rewards program. Valued customers can earn fuel points just for shopping at Harris Teeter. And for every 100 fuel points you earn, you can save 10 cents per gallon. That's up to $1 per gallon on fuel purchases at Harris Teeter fuel centers and participating BP and Amoco stations. Visit harristeeter.com for more info. So again, 15-3, Carolina early. 5 points for Love, 4 Armando Bacot, Davis, and Manick, each with 3 for the Tar Heels. 5 on the floor coming out of the timeout. Carolina has the same 5 that were out there. That's Love, Walton, Black, Garcia, and Bacot. Kenneth Jones brings it front side for Loyola. Bounces to DK, top of the key. Back to Jones on the left wing. Over to Cam Spencer. The junior hands off to Wade Jackson, a sophomore from D.C. who had come in just before the last time out as a drive on the right, blocked away by Bacot. Ahead to Garcia. The big fellow brings it up on his own dribble to Love. Now to Black. Cuts to the rim. Kicks it right corner to Walton. His 3. Good. What a look by Black. He knifed in from the left side, Eric, and then crossed the court with the pass. Open look for Kerwin for 3.
Yeah, people ask what's Leakey's role this year. Well, that's a pretty good one right there. Is just dig in, use your size and athleticism, and find your shooters.
18-3, Carolina. Tar Heels have made 3 3-pointers here early on. Another tough jump shot, missed from the right by Wade Jackson this time. Here comes Carolina. Leaky Black this time goes left corner to Walt. Back out to Bacot, top of the key. Bacot spins into the paint, draws contact, can't finish. I think he was a little bit surprised no whistle blew one way or the other and just didn't finish through the contact. And Loyola with the basketball. Heels have Manick and McCoy at the scorer's table, ready to check in at the next opportunity. 18-3, Carolina with the lead. DK, left of the lane, sends it out to Wade Jackson, guarded by Leaky Black. He'll hand off to Jalen Andrews. Andrews pulls up at the free throw line, can't get the roll. Another rebound for Bacot. That's already 5 boards for the Tar Heel junior. Love slows the tempo a bit, comes front side and stops in the center jump circle. Floats it over to Walton, now to Garcia. Everybody outside the arc right now for Carolina, including Black, who tried to whip a pass through the lane to a cutting Garcia, and it was tipped away. Here comes Loyola the other direction. Spencer tries to get deep against Bacot. Pump fake to get him off his feet, and he finished. Heady play there by Spencer for the second bucket for the Greyhounds, 18-5. Walt gets the pitch ahead. Pump fake for 3, goes to about 12 feet left of the lane and splashes it in.
Well, those 2 shots by Kerwin on the last 3 possessions, that's the Kerwin that we've seen and recognized, and that's a pretty shot for him in rhythm.
20-5, Carolina with the advantage. Walton had just 3 points on 1 of 5 shooting in the exhibition. Already has more points tonight. DK down low, got Garcia on his back and able to move around him for the bucket. DK, his first basket, 20-7 now, as Carolina up by 13. Love in the front court for Carolina, dribbles to the left wing, trying to get it down low to Garcia, does. Has Andrews on his back, turns on the baseline, too strong. Rebound, Bacot had it in his hands, but then poked out of there by a couple of Greyhounds. Here comes Loyola the other way. 20-7, Carolina with the lead. Largest advantage has been 15 for Carolina. DK, his feet on the three-point arc with his back to the basket at the top of the key. Sends it over left side to Spencer. Carolina switches, Bacot guarding Spencer. Gets it to DK, crosses the court in the right corner to Wade Jackson. He drives and is able to lay it in over the challenge of Bacot. Jackson's first bucket, as now there's a foul in the open court in the other way, as Love was bringing it front side, and Wade Jackson ran right up his back and tripped him up. Foul on Jackson is his first and third on Loyola. Carolina will take the stoppage in play, the opportunity to bring in multiple players. R.J. Davis, Brady Manick, and Justin McCoy, the Virginia transfer, entering the game. Walton and Garcia stay out there. So it's Davis, Walton, McCoy, Manick, and Garcia. Loyola's made 3 straight shots to get this down to an 11-point deficit after trailing by as many as 15 early on. Davis drives left of the lane, can't finish through traffic, and nothing but black jerseys underneath for Loyola. Jones kicks it over to Wade Jackson on the right sideline. Back to Jones. Now to the free throw line to Illich, who's back in. Out to Cam Spencer. McCoy closes in on him. Spencer drives, kicks it out to Jackson. Open look at 3 is short. R.J. Davis chases down the long rebound. 11:50 to go first half. Heels have led by as many as 15, up 11 right now. Down low to Garcia. Got away from his initial defender, and then when he spun to try and shoot it, he was fouled by Cam Spencer coming over to challenge. First foul on Spencer will put Garcia at the free throw line after this timeout. Carolina 20, Loyola 9. 11:46 to go in the first half. Garcia to the line when we return from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Carolina Athletics and believes an inclusive community is a healthy community. Resolved to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower future leaders. Jones and Eric here with you courtside in the Smith Center. Tar Heels have led by as many as 15 here early on. Cooled off a little bit offensively. The Heels, after an emotional start, they had points on 6 of their first 8 possessions. Come back down to earth a little bit. Scored on just 2 of their last 7, but still lead by 11, 20-9. And Dawson Garcia will be going to the stripe for 2 free throws when action resumes, trying to get in the scorebook for the first time as a Tar Heel. He had 17 points in the exhibition game. And, of course, he has played well in this building before. He had the double-double against Carolina last year when he was the Big East Freshman of the Year for Marquette, when he finished that night with 24 points and 11 rebounds. Eric, Tar Heels up 29 here early on.
Yeah, it's not been much of a contest to this point, although the one thing that has been a bit of an issue for Carolina is that when Spencer comes down for Loyola, he gets tight, he gets below the three-point line, and oftentimes he's in a screen and roll with DK. Now it's Illich whenever he's in the game and DK is out, but that forces a switch, and what that does is it puts DK as a big guy, and he's the biggest player on their roster. He's got size and he's got strength, so that puts him on a smaller player. They've tried to utilize that. They've tried to utilize Spencer's ability to be a little bit crafty, to which he has. He's been responsible in one way or another for many of these points, as the first free throw is made by Garcia. The second one is up and also cleanly through.
Left-handed free throws by the sophomore from Prior Lake, Minnesota. So 2 Minnesota natives, Walton and Garcia. In fact, they were on the same AAU team at one point. 22-9, Carolina with the advantage. But it is Loyola with the basketball, and they lose it. Garcia picks up the loose ball, bounce pass ahead to Davis. Misses the scoop shot, though, in transition. And a rebound foul on, I believe, McCoy, going down to try and get the Second opportunity, first foul on McCoy. That's the first foul on Carolina. Tar Heels a little frustrated. Davis missed a layup. Baycott's missed a hook shot from right in front of the rim. Love had a layup that spun out as well. So Carolina continues to get good shots, and they're shooting 7 of 15 from the floor, just below 50%. But probably feel like a couple more of those should have gone in. As it is, Heels up 22-9. Illich, that's Velko. Over to his brother Milosh. Back to Velko in the post, trying to move against Garcia. Good defense by Garcia. Forces a challenged hook shot that spins out. Davis quickly ahead to McCoy in the right corner. Finds a trailing Manick. Feet set, three-pointer, short. Manick made his first, but he's missed 3 straight threes since. It's still 22-9, Carolina. Quick three on the other side, fired up and reined in by Kenneth Jones. Boy, his shot really has a high arc on it. I've seen a couple of his threes go way up in the air and drop in. That one cuts it back to a 10-point Tar Heel lead. 22-12. Walt in the front court for Carolina. Passes over to Garcia, and the paint it goes to Manick. Back to the basket on the right baseline. Pivots into the paint, now hooks back over the other shoulder and drops it in.
Well, that's a really good move. He dribbled left-handed into the paint, then wheeled over his left shoulder for that little soft jump hook.
24-12. Carolina has the score doubled up on the Greyhounds. Largest lead has been 15. Nick Marshall, a freshman, in for the first time. Over to Illich, to his brother Milosh Illich. Misses the long jumper. Carolina will watch the rebound carry him over the baseline to earn possession. Cam Spencer checking back in for the Greyhounds. And somebody's got to come out. Nick Marshall, the freshman who had just come in, will exit. Carolina still has Davis, Walton, McCoy, Manick, and Garcia as the 5 on the floor. 24-12. Played 10 minutes in the Smith Center. Carolina on top. Garcia back to the basket outside the arc. Pivots, drives, and missed the left-handed layup. Boy, he did everything right but finished. Carolina's had a couple of those, as we said, that have just rolled off despite good moves. Velko Illich over to Kenneth Jones, who's reined in a couple of long threes. Gets by R.J. Davis, sends it out to Andrews, and he hits a triple. So now Loyola starting to hit some from the outside. They've got it back down to a 9-point deficit. Tar Heels led by as many as 15. Kerwin Walton, he'll try and answer from the right wing, and does. Walton has 8 to lead the early scoring for Carolina.
It does not get old watching him shoot.
No, such a repeatable form for Kerwin, as Andrews has it on the front side again for Loyola. Cam Spencer up high to Velko Illich. Hands it right back to Spencer. Throws into the paint, misses the floater. Walton tips the rebound. Manick pulls it in. Ahead to R.J. Davis. Davis angling through traffic. Gets all the way to the cup. Dishes to McCoy, and he's hacked as he tries to go up and under. Started from the right, tried to finish from the left, and got slapped across the chest by Milosh Illich. His first. 5th foul on 5 different players for Loyola. And McCoy will go to the line. McCoy took and made a pair of free throws in the exhibition for Carolina. He was 8 of 10 a season ago at the line for Virginia.
Yeah, it was a very unselfish play by Davis as he came in. He could have taken it all the way to the rack, but he saw McCoy hanging low in that low mid baseline. It was a terrific play. RJ had done exactly what he takes a lot of pride in doing, keeping that defense on their heels and then dishing that pass late. And it's you have to be very intentional. You go to that low mid baseline, that's a place you can hang out below the defense's radar. And we saw it. Davis found him. McCoy went up and converted on his first free throw. Second one in his hand right now.
Baycott back in as Garcia heads to the bench for Carolina. Second one from McCoy is too strong. That's the first missed free throw of the night for the Tar Heels. They're now 6 of 7 at the stripe. The lead is back to 13 at 28-15. Largest advantage remains 15 at one point for the Heels. Andrews over to Jones. Jab step against Davis, gets right in the lane. Tough shot. Boy, reined in another. That's a 2-pointer. He has hit some high difficulty shots, talking about Kenneth Jones. 28-17. Tar Heel lead is 11. Davis in the front court, looking in the post for Manick. Has it back to the basket on the left block. Spins by his defender, scores, and draws the foul.
I'm telling you.
He just knows how to play, doesn't he?
There is a whole lot of smooth in Brady Manick.
The foul is called on Alonzo Faure, 6'10 sophomore from Spain who had just checked in for Loyola. His first, 6th on the Greyhounds, and Manick will have a chance for the three-point play. He has 7 points, Walton with 8. They have 15 of Carolina's 30. Tar Heels lead at 30-17. Caleb Love is back in for the Heels. So the 5 out there, Davis, Love, Walton, Manick, and Baycott. 5 on the floor for Carolina. Tar Heels will rotate some guys now. Hubert Davis has a lot of pieces to work with as Manick frustrated him with his free throw shooting the other night when he was 4 of 7. Misses that one too strong. He was a 77% shooter at the line a year ago. Rebound tipped out of bounds, so it'll belong to Loyola. 30-17, Carolina with 8:18 to go first half. Wade Jackson, young guard out of Washington, D.C., comes front side against R.J. Davis. Hands off outside the arc to Cam Spencer. Walton right there in his front pocket, and Kerwin got a little too close. Picks up the foul.
Look, Spencer for Loyola, I've talked about him some. He is crafty.
Yeah.
He really gets tight on the screens. It forces a guy to either fight over the top, jump below, give him distance, or switch. And so it makes it a very difficult scenario. And Spencer has been the root of a lot of ill right now for Carolina against this Loyola offense.
Spencer has it again, guarded by Kerwin Walton. Able to get by him into the paint, weaves all the way out into the left corner. Baycott goes out to get him, and Baycott called for a foul. He's frustrated with that whistle from Anthony Franklin.
Well, I mean, Spencer did exactly what he does. He drives into the body of Baycott, who was on the move. It was a switch. It's part of what Carolina's scheme is, but this is part of what you're going to have to get better. If you're Baycott, you've got to be ready for those situations.
Foul on Baycott is first. Team foul number 3 on the Heels. And Carolina will go to the timeout with a 30-17 advantage. 7:50 to go in the half. Loyola will be inbounding when we return. Carolina's led by as many as 15, currently up 13 from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 30 for the Tar Heels, 17 for Loyola. 7:50 to play in the first half. Let's take a look at some of these stats presented by the campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Heels shooting 50%, 10 of 20, 4 of 7 from 3, 6 of 8 at the free throw line. 12 rebounds for Carolina, 11 for Loyola. Loyola, not a bad rebounding team. Talked about the size that they do have. And, of course, rebounding has been such a strength for the Heels in the past. But right now, 12-11 Carolina, the rebound advantage with just 1 offensive rebound for the Tar Heels. Just 1 turnover for Carolina, though. That's good news. 4 turnovers for Loyola. Greyhounds shooting 7 of 18. That's 39%. 3 of 8 from 3. They have yet to attempt a free throw to this point. Reminder that if the Heels hit 100 points or more, 2 for $1 sausage biscuits at Bojangles tomorrow. That offer is valid for all regular season home games. That's tonight, regular season, playing in the Smith Center. Glad to be with you. Tar Heels up 13. Carolina will have Davis, Love, Walton, Manick, and Baycott as the 5 on the floor. Loyola has the basketball. Heels up 13. DK back to the basket out near the top of the key. Protecting the ball, sends it over to Jalen Andrews. Back to DK. The Spaniard, couple of dribbles through the top of the key. Hands off to Spencer. Drives to the free throw line. Now backs back out. Tries a hesitation 3 because the shot clock was getting late. Off the back iron, no. But DK able to out-battle R.J. Davis and earn another possession for the Greyhounds. Spencer has it again with 11 on the shot clock. Love erases a layup attempt down low, but he's going to be called for a foul as a pass went quickly down to Andrews. Love thought he had cleanly blocked it away, but he will earn the personal. And Andrews will have a couple of free throws, first of the night for Loyola.
Well, you've heard me say it before, Jones. I mean, when you swing at a ball, you're going to attract the referees and think that it looks like a block. Whether it is or not, it looks like a foul. And I know Caleb was trailing the play, so he had a disadvantage to start with, but you've just got to go up straight. That's where your best shot blockers block it up high.
Second free throw was missed, but then Baycott had the rebound slip through his hands off his knee out of bounds. So this possession continues for Loyola. 30-18. Carolina is up 12. This has been a long possession, though, with an offensive rebound and then a lost rebound over the baseline on a free throw. And Fowray gets good position in the paint against Manick and lays it in.
I'll tell you what, there are some skill plays happening by Loyola. DK, that was a drawn-up play. I mean, it was a great back pivot
as Walton tries another triple, but no good from the right wing. Rebound by DK. 6:50 to go. So the Heels have led by as many as 15. Loyola did cut it to 9 once after that. It's currently a 10-point Carolina advantage. Andrews against Love. Hands off on the right wing outside the arc to Jackson. R.J. Davis right there with him. Now to DK. DK fakes the handoff pass. Now he'll complete it to Spencer. Spencer slowly driving into the paint. Kicks it in the corner to Fowray. Has his layup attempt pinned off the glass by Baycott. Here comes Carolina. Love will sprint front side. Has to stop. Hit a trailing Baycott. Left side to R.J. Davis in the left corner. Davis now circles out to Love. Right corner with the pass to Kerwin Walton. Bounces in the paint to Baycott. Gets around DK. Bounces it off the glass for 2. And he'll have a chance for 3.
A good pass inside. Good position. Baycott came across off of Manick. Got in deep on DK and then does what he does in the post, which is he spun over his right, then spun back to his left and was able to get into the body of DK, who did have his hands up straight, but his body was in the way and drew the foul.
Kerwin Walton to the bench. Leaky Black returns for Carolina. 32-20 as Baycott will try to complete the three-point play at the stripe. And he does not. But there was a lane violation on DK. So Baycott will have another free throw opportunity. Tar Heels made their first 6 free throws. They've missed 2 in a row. It was a tough year shooting free throws last year for Carolina. They were a tick below 67% as a team. Shot well in the exhibition, 24 of 30. And Baycott misses the extra opportunity, but Manick with the offensive board. Ends up to Davis, right back down low to Baycott, and he banks it in.
Another example, Davis was wide open at the three-point line, but he chose to go inside deep to Baycott, who had that deep position. So another example of a very good decision-making by R.J. Davis.
34-20 after Baycott gets 2 two-point baskets on the possession. Heels up 14 now. Jackson checked by Davis. Tried to get it to DK. Knocked away by Baycott. DK recovers. He slowly drives in. Ball kicked away, but ends up to Loyola. And they'll reset. Out to Jackson. Tar Heels got a little confused on the switch, but Jackson misses the 3. Boy, Black sword way up in the air for the rebound for Carolina. Comes ahead, pitches right corner to Manick. Pump fake on the triple. Into the lane. His runner is good. Manick with 9, and the Tar Heels have their largest lead of 36-20. 5:10 to go in the first half. Andrews dribbles with his right hand outside the arc. Goes middle of the floor to Jackson, and R.J. Davis called for the hand check. Just had his hands out too far defensively, and the sophomore will pick up his first foul. Carolina's been whistled for 5 on 5 different players. Loyola's been whistled for 7 on 7 different players. Garcia checks in. Baycott out for Carolina. Multiple new players in for Loyola, including Miloš Ilić and his brother Velko. Velko has it to Kenneth Jones, who has 8 points for Loyola. Goes backdoor to Spencer. Spencer tried to dish it one extra time in the paint to Ilić. Ilić had it, lost it, got it back, and finished over the challenge from Garcia. That's Velko Ilić. His first basket, 36-22. Tar Heel lead is 14. Leaky Black, top of the key in the front court for Carolina. Backs up in between the circles. Drives, kicks it in the corner right to Love. His 3 is nothing but net. Love, he has 8 early points. Tar Heels up 39-22. In the paint on the other side, Velko Ilić out to his twin brother Miloš on the right sideline. Middle of the floor to Jalen Andrews. Back to Velko Ilić at the right elbow. Garcia trying to guard him. Hands off to Andrews. Jab step, elevates for 3 and knocks it in. Andrews has 7. And it's 39-25. Tar Heels by 14. Largest advantage has been 17 just a moment ago before that 3-pointer. Leaky Black crosses the court on the left side with the pass to Love. And a foul off the ball. Manick got tangled up as he was trying to set a screen and then roll to the basket. Miloš Ilić got tangled up with him and is going to be called for the foul on Ilić. It's his second, 8th on the Greyhounds, so Manick should have a 1-and-1 when we return. Tar Heels have led by as many as 17, currently a 14-point advantage, 39-25. 3:51 to go first half from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Ready to get back in the game? Great news! The movement experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results and keep you off the sidelines. With over 20 convenient locations across North and South Carolina, contact Breakthrough Physical Therapy today at www.breakthrough-pt.com to see a physical therapist. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and trusted choice for keeping Tar Heel fans in the game.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, get ready for winning season with a John Deere tractor package from Quality Equipment. You can't afford to lose on your home court, so we'll help you get the right package to win on your property and for the right price. So get quality done right before every UNC basketball tip-off and visit QualityEquip.com.
First half, North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard shows the Heels up 39-25. Carolina, kind of an up and down offensive half, made 5 of its first 7. Then with 3 of its next 11, Heels have now made 6 of their last 7 from the floor. And Eric, pretty darn balanced scoring here for Carolina. 4 players with 8 points or more. Manick has 9, Baycott with 8, Love with 8, Walton with 8. Also R.J. Davis, Dawson Garcia, and Justin McCoy in the scoring totals as well. And Manick will be at the line for a 1-and-1 here when action resumes. Also, before you say something about that, big fella, Anthony Harris has checked in for the first time. 5 on the floor, going to be Harris, Love, Black, Manick, and Garcia.
That'd be interesting to see. We've talked a little bit about keeping our eye on rebounding this evening, given the fact that Carolina has a lot of spacing offensively. They're in transition. It's hard to pick up and pick a spot, find an initial guy, especially when you're switching a lot of defensive sets. Carolina leads 15-14 in the rebounding category. But of that, Garcia, no rebounds. Baycott with 5, Manick with 3, Leaky Black with 2.
So 1-and-1 here from Manick. Knocks that in. He kind of puts his hands on his hips and just stares at the rim like, finally, one of these. Dagnabbin free throws went in. He had been 4 of 8 if you include the exhibition time period. But that one's too strong off the back iron. So it goes 1 of 2, 40-25. Kerwin Walton pops off the bench for Carolina. He'll check in next chance. Outside the arc, Spencer, guarded by Anthony Harris, playing his first minutes of the night. Over to Andrews. Boy, that three about brought rain. Goes off the back iron, and then a rebound foul on Loyola. As one of the Illiches, it was Milosh, went over the back of Caleb Love, who had skied for the rebound. That's 9 fouls now on Loyola, so this is still a 1-and-1 for Caleb Love. He was 4 of 4 at the stripe in the exhibition game, shot almost 81% last year. Black will leave for Walton.
That's 3 on Milosh.
Yep, that's right. So Milosh Illich will have to sit. His brother Velko is in, as is Alonzo Faure. Told you, 5 international players on this Loyola team. Love gets the roll off the front iron on the free throw, so he'll get the back half of this 1-and-1. If it goes in, Carolina will have matched its largest lead of 17, currently 41-25. That one rattles out. Tar Heels were 80% at the free throw line in the exhibition game, but have struggled a bit here tonight, 8 of 13 thus far, including going 2 of their last 7. Faure in the right corner. Long pass across the court to the left side. Goes to Spencer around a high screen. Spencer knifes his way into the paint, almost carried it. Sends it out to Kenneth Jones. Comes up short on a high arcing 3, but somehow Jalen Andrews comes out of the scrum with the offensive rebound, and then he throws one way up in the air and in from the left baseline. So 41-27. Carolina's lead is 14. Manning tried to go in the post to Garcia, and Illich knocked it away. Turnover for the Heels. Just the second of the night for Carolina. 2:42 to go. Heels up 14. Nice pass down low, but Illich is stripped by Walton to Garcia. The big man going to run the break. Now thinks better of it. Sends it out to Anthony Harris to slow it down, and then Harris turned it over. Hubert Davis just spins, puts his back to the action for a moment, frustrated with the back-to-back turnovers on the Tar Heels. 41-27, Carolina by 14. Largest lead's been 17. Jalen Andrews gets a high screen from Illich, pulls up at the free throw line, short on the jumper, and Garcia sneaks in front of Manick for the rebound. Love takes a peek at his first-year head coach to get the offensive call. Dribbles with his left hand to the left wing. Dumps it down low on the block to Garcia. Tries to go baseline, and Loyola had come over to double. And the foul going to be called on Andrews, I believe, who was coming to that baseline to double up Garcia. Garcia spun into him. And the foul on Andrews, his first. 10th foul on Loyola, so now 2 shots for Carolina at the free throw strike.
So Garcia took a lot of time on that in the post. He kind of waited. He was trying to assess as he waited. One of the dangers, and he's done it before and it's worked, but one of the dangers with that approach is that you give the defense a time to really figure out what are you going to do. They get bolstered in their positions, and that time when Andrews saw it, he said, well, I'm on the backside. I can sneak down low. If he does turn in on that baseline side, I can be there to strip. It was a really heady play defensively, and Garcia got the benefit of the call.
So Garcia goes 1 of 2, Eric, at the line. So Carolina had 6 of its first 6, but now 3 of its last 9 at the free throw line. 42-27, Tar Heels by 15. But, I mean, Carolina's missed some layups and some free throws, both things that they would like to get a lot of. Boy, another tough long jumper that's knocked in. That's a long 2 by Kenneth Jones. He and Jalen Andrews have hit some high difficulty long jump shots. Carolina's lead is 13 at 42-29. Left sideline in the front court, Love. Love's going to try feet set, long 3, tips off the front iron. The board is loose on the deck, or the ball is loose on the deck, and then knocked out by Loyola. Garcia was battling with Faure for that rebound, and neither one of them could get to it. It just kind of slowly rolled out of bounds, last touched by a Greyhound. Keeping an eye on that rebounding. It's now 18-17. Carolina with the slim advantage in that category. Be interested to see if that's something that improves as the night goes along. Tar Heels out-rebounded Elizabeth City State 49-28 in the exhibition. Harris flips in the inbounds to Love. Out to Garcia on the right wing. Falray closes up on him, so he sends it back out to Love. Love, stutter step at the left wing, drives to the cup, gets the bucket, and draws the foul. What a nice aggressive move by Caleb Love.
Yeah, he snaked through there. I mean, I was just getting ready to say Carolina's not using the screen very efficiently up high. They're not rubbing shoulders and leaving the defense hooked on there. But Love took advantage of a little bit of the uncertainty of the defense and was able to snake through. And then his body, strong, he's got good size. He was able to stay in tight to the rim and pitch it up there softly with the left.
Foul was on DK, his second. Love will try to complete the three-point play. Caleb Love now with 11 points. He and Manick, the only two players in double figures. And Love misses that free throw badly off the front left portion of the rim. He kind of slams each hand on one of his thighs after Loyola chases down the rebound. 44-29, Carolina by 15. Down low to a cutting Andrews on the right block against Harris. Andrews sends it out left sideline to Spencer. His runner off the glass is good. Tough shot by Cam Spencer.
He is a good player.
44-31. Tar Heel lead is 13. Largest advantage has been 17. Love circles around a Garcia screen, but a foul is called after Love lost the basketball. Foul on Jalen Andrews. Loyola bench did not like that call, as Love is going to have a couple free throws where he is just 1 of 3 thus far, including missing his last 2.
Well, Andrews is, he was coming off of the ball or from off the ball into that play. That's what got him into trouble when he turned into Dawson Garcia, or when Garcia turned into him on the baseline a couple of plays ago. So he's picked up fouls in both those situations. He's aggressive, he's athletic, he's trying to do the right thing, but he's putting his hand and getting it caught in the cookie jar.
So free throw short by Love. That one's good. So he's now 2 of 5 at the line. And Carolina's 10 of 18, but just 4 of his last 12. So Carolina up 14, 2-second difference, shot clock and game clock. Baycott back in, guarding Velko Illich out near the timeline. Illich drives and misses the runner, but Baycott going to be called for the foul. And that's his second. So Baycott checks in late and ends up picking up his second foul defensively. And that'll put Velko Illich to the free throw line for 2 shots with 18.3 seconds to go. Tar Heels have multiple guys coming to the scorer's table.
Shooter. Manick, Davis, Walton.
Illich misses the free throw strong, Eric. So Harris will leave, Baycott will leave, and Black will leave. So this is offensive for defensive sub, because here comes Walton and Manick and Davis, as Eric told you.
That's a pretty good 5 that are on there right now.
Yeah, as far as scoring, no doubt. Davis, Walton, Love, Manick, and Garcia. Second free throw from Velko Illich is good. So he goes 1 of 2. Oh, there was a lane violation on Loyola. So Alonzo Falray got into the lane too early. So wipe off the free throw. That's twice now, one on the defensive side and one on the offensive side, that Loyola's picked up a lane violation. So 45-31. Love checks to the sideline with 10 seconds on the game clock. Long pitch over to Davis, left side. Back to Love. Game clock down to 4. Love. Boy, he's just going to try a long step-back 3 off the mark. Manick tried to tip up the rebound. It wouldn't go. And eventually, the horn sounds. Manick claps his hands together and screams, frustrated by the way that final possession went down. Tar Heels started hot, led by 15, stretched it out to 17 at one point. It sits at 14 at the break. 45-31. Carolina with the advantage at halftime here in the Smith Center. Dave will take you through the Wells Fargo halftime report after this from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in 4A City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of 4A City. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And I don't need to tell you, you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
Halftime in Chapel Hill, Carolina leading Loyola 45-31. Dave Nathan with you again at the Wells Fargo halftime show. We've got highlights, stats, scores, and more to get to here as Carolina leads Loyola by 14 at the break. Elsewhere around the ACC on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, Syracuse up big on Lafayette at the break, 52-30. The Citadel has a 12-point advantage at Pittsburgh, 43-31. That game is also at intermission. 49 seconds to play in the first half. Presbyterian 30, Clemson 22. Georgia Tech up on Miami of Ohio, 17-11 midway through the first half. And Miami jumps out to a 22-15 advantage on Canisius midway through the first half as well. Other games coming up later on tonight at 8, Bucknell at NC State, Maine versus Virginia Tech, and Dartmouth against Boston College. The 9 o'clock games feature Navy at Virginia and Southern traveling to Louisville at 9:30 from the Champions Classic at number 10 Kentucky versus number 9 Duke. ACC Women's College Basketball, Carolina with the 92-47 win against North Carolina A&T a little earlier today. But again, the story here at the Smith Center after one half of play, Carolina leads Loyola by a score of 45-31. We'll take a quick timeout, come back and run through some of the first half stats and highlights. The Tar Heels up on the Greyhounds, 45-31 at the break from Learfield.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Count it from way downtown. Drives the lane. Kaboom! Count it. And gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
The men and women in America's military put their lives on the line for our country. Yet when the time comes for them to send their loved ones to college, the costs can loom too high. Your support of the Red, White, and Carolina Blue Challenge will change that by providing scholarships for Tar Heel students from military families. Support the men and women who protect our freedoms. Make a gift to the Red, White, and Carolina Blue Challenge at campaign.unc.edu/RWCB.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime
80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
The ultimate first-half highlights are brought to you by your local Carolina BMW dealers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, we only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine.
Carolina out in front of Loyola, 45-31 at the half. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show. And let's get to some of those first-half highlights as Carolina jumped out quickly on the Greyhounds. Brady Manick and Caleb Love hitting back-to-back three-pointers to make it 6-zip. And then R.J. Davis got three the old-fashioned way.
Bounce pass to DK, lost the basketball. Taken away by R.J. Davis. Davis goes the other way, big Euro step, gets the bucket with the left hand, and he draws the foul.
So Davis makes it 8-0, and Carolina rolling. The lead would swell to 10 as Caleb Love attacked the rim.
Ball loose on the deck after Black swiped it away from Andrews. Then Love gets the interception and the two-handed flush.
13-3, Carolina leads on the Love dunk, and Loyola later on in the half would make a little more of a game of this, but again, the Tar Heels strike for three with Brady Manick making it 30-17.
Davis in the front court looking in the post for Manick. Has it back to the basket on the left block. Spins by his defender, scores and draws the foul.
I'm telling you.
He just knows how to play, doesn't he?
That's two of Brady Manick's 10 first-half points as Carolina leads 45-31. Love earlier knocked down a triple to make it 6-0. Another triple here makes it 39-22.
Leaky Black, top of the key in the front court for Carolina. Backs up in between the circles. Drives, kicks it in the corner right to Love. His three is nothing but net. Love, he has 8 early points.
That's our score at the half. We'll run through some of those first half stats when we come back to the Smith Center after this from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
The Wells Fargo halftime show continues as Carolina leads Loyola 45-31 at the break. Just to run through some of the numbers, Carolina shoots 53.6% on 15 of 28 from the floor, 5 of 11 from three-point land. 10 of 18, though, at the stripe. Carolina made its first 6 before going 4 of 12 after that. Again, just 55.6% clip at the foul line. The Tar Heels and Greyhounds even on the glass at 18. The Heels with 7 assists on 15 made field goals. Only 3 turnovers, a couple of blocks, and 5 steals. It's Caleb Love leading the way with 12 points. Brady Manick, the only other Tar Heel in double figures, with 10. Armando Baycott has 8, as does Kerwin Walton. R.J. Davis, Dawson Garcia, both with 3. Justin McCoy has a point. Leaky Black and Anthony Harris both played in the first half but did not score. Carolina holds Loyola to 43% shooting on 13 of 30. The Greyhounds go 4 of 13 from three-point land. Got to the line just 3 times, only made 1. 6 assists on 13 made baskets for Loyola. 6 turnovers in the first half for the visitors. No block shots and 3 steals. Kenneth Jones leading the way with 10 points for Loyola. The stats are presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Again, our score at the break, it's Carolina 45, Loyola 31. We'll send things back over to Jones and Eric when we come back for the play-by-play of the second half. In the meantime, you've been listening to the Wells Fargo Halftime Show from Learfield.
If you want the nation's best auto insurer, look no further than North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Rated #1 in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card. We're the only insurer in the nation to receive an A+ rating from auto body shops in 2020 and 2021. Our philosophy is simple. Be fair, be quick, be the best. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. And it's bow time.
UNC Tar Heels basketball is on Valley Sports South, your home for ACC hoops.
Score the basket.
Be sure to catch some of the biggest ACC matchups of the season live as the Tar Heels clash with the best of the best in the ACC and across the country. From Tobacco Road and beyond, UNC Hoops action on Valley Sports is nothing but net. On target. Watch or stream live on Valley Sports South and the Valley Sports app, your home for ACC basketball.
Carolina up by 14 at the break, 45-31. We'll get Eric's trusted choice of the second half after we break. 10-second station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Basketball on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford, 64 degrees.
So Carolina up 14 heading to the second half. Time for the trusted choice of the game. It's where we think about what happened in the first half and say, here's what could happen better in the second half. It's brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel and put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free NC. To learn more, find an agent near you. Visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. And Eric, this one's for this Trusted Choice. I mean, again, we kind of said it late. Tar Heels have missed a couple of layups. You know, they didn't shoot well at the free throw line after making 6 of their first 6. They went 4 of their last 12. You know, you shoot a little better on those that you think your percentage is going to be higher. This score probably looks a little differently. And even having said that, Heels up 14 and felt like they played pretty well in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't mind the offense. I mean, I think you're right. I think with just a few bounces of the basketball, they have another 8 to 10 points, maybe more than that if they make their free throws. I think the thing that is a little bit interesting to me looking into the second half is how do we guard this high screen and roll? Because it doesn't matter who it is. If it's Jones, if it's Spencer, if it's Andrews, they're all coming off of foul ray. They're coming off DK. They're coming off of Illich when he's not in foul trouble and he's out at the high screen. And that's putting our defense, it's stressing the defense. It's putting us in a compromised situation. That's why I think this game is closer, because we're not able to handle that high screen and roll. So we'll see.
Tar Heels led by as many as 17 in that first half, up by 14, but Loyola does have the basketball to start the second half, and an early foul on Caleb Love. Sean Hull, veteran official, just looked at Caleb and said, "Your hands," saying that he had gotten his hands too involved as he was defending on the ball. So second foul on Love, and Loyola will inbound. That happened just about 11 seconds into the half. Jones, who had 10 points in the first half for the visitors, pulls up at the free throw line. Love challenged the shot, so he dumped it off to DK. Now out to Jalen Andrews. He'll get to the ACC logo, tries to kick it down low to DK. Leaky Black had switched and punches the pass out of bounds. 3 seconds on the shot clock for Loyola. 19:32 on the game clock. Heels up 14. Inbounds goes to Spencer. Davis there on the catch. The three was online but short. Rebound fought for. Knocked loose into Davis's hands. He'll hit the Jets, go to the cup, and have it stripped out of his hands over the baseline.
You know, Andrews is the one who stripped it out of the hands of R.J. Davis, and I can see why Tavares Hardy likes Andrews.
And then a turnover on the inbounds as Loyola knocks it away and takes it away. Baycott swats the fast break layup out of bounds, but he's going to be called for the foul. And that's 3 fouls on Baycott. And already 2 quick fouls on Carolina this half. Replay on the video board. Carolina crowd did not agree. And
well, it's a clean block, but unfortunately the left hand was the blocker. The right hand was the one that was on his shoulder. You can't, and that, again, you're making it an easy decision.
So 2 shots for Jalen Andrews, 70% shooter a season ago. He was 1 of 2 in the first half, knocks that one in. So Baycott with those 3 fouls is going to head to the bench. Garcia checks in. 45-32. Again, Tar Heels have led by as many as 17. And both free throws good, so Loyola strikes first this half with a couple of free throws. Carolina will try to get set up, and they'll do so against the zone. So first time we've seen this 2-3 from Loyola. Caleb Love on the left wing. Crosses the court with a pass to Davis on the right side. 17 on the shot clock as Black has it now. Right sideline. Kicks it up high to Davis. He'll penetrate in the zone. Tried to send it out to Garcia and turned it over. So a couple of turnovers here at the beginning of the second half for Carolina. And Loyola can get back within 10, maybe even 9 on this possession. Heels up 12. It's been messy here to start the second half. Andrews on the drive, the dish, the wide open corner 3 is missed by Fowray. Run down on the rebound by R.J. Davis. Comes front side on the left. Loyola back in the man-to-man. Manning tries to drive against Spencer. Spins against him and hooks it in.
Yeah, that was a good play. You could see his intent when he started dribbling the ball. He knew he had a smaller guy in the guard, Spencer, and he was able to just kind of tweak him to the left before he rolled over his shoulder, and then there was nobody to contest him at the rim.
So back to a 14-point Tar Heel lead. Spencer holding it high above his head in between the circles. Jab step right, pull up for 3, no good. Fowray had the rebound, then he was tied up by Leaky Black. Jump ball will belong to the Tar Heels. As Kerwin Walton checks in, he's going to get Leaky Black. Tar Heels started with the same 5 that started the game. That being Davis, Love, Black, Manick, and Baycott. But both Black and Baycott have checked out since. Garcia and Walton in the ballgame. Just about 2 minutes, in fact 2 minutes right now, gone by in the second half. Still a 14-point Tar Heel lead. That was the halftime margin. Zone for Loyola. Davis has it between the circles. Dribbles to the left, back over to Love. Flips a pass in the corner right. That's Walton. That 3 is short. Manick tried to get inside the rebound, inside of Fowray for the rebound, but Fowray able to outfight him for it. Rebound still pretty even here, 21-19. Carolina with a slight advantage. Backdoor Spencer gets by Walton and able to get the pass and lay it in. 47-35, 12-point lead. It's really sat around 15 points, right in that range, ever since Carolina took that early 15-point lead. Garcia works around DK, and he's going to be called for the traveling violation. 17-18 to go. That's another turnover for Carolina this half. 3 turnovers in 5 possessions.
He's taking a lot of time in the post. It's just, telling you, it's got to be a quicker move.
Spencer over to Andrews in between the circles. Bounce pass to the high post to DK. Back to the basket. Now to Jones. Tried to whip it down low to Fowray and send it out of bounds.
Just to elaborate a little bit on Garcia, I mean, certainly he's a good player and he's a skilled player, but he also has that mobility. And when he's just backing somebody down the post, he's not a real heavy player. So you're not going to back DK underneath. Long shot from the perimeter by Manick is off and into the hands of Spencer.
Manick made his first three-pointer, but has missed 4 straight since then. Meanwhile, on the other side, Spencer scores quickly. So now all of a sudden it's down to a 10-point Tar Heel lead as Love is fouled hard. He really pushed the tempo there. Davis with the long pass ahead to Love, and he was fouled hard going to the cup. Fouls on Fowray, his second. So Loyola's outscored Carolina 6-2 here to start this second half. Get within 10 as Love will go to the line to try to add to his team-high 12 points. Actually, he and Manick each with 12. Manick 1 of 5 from 3. 4 of 4 from inside the arc. 16:39 to go. Carolina up 10. Love gets the free throw after an adventure in the first half free throw shooting for Carolina when the Heels started 6 of 6, but then went 4 of 12 to close the half. 48-37 after Love's free throw. Wade Jackson is checked in for Loyola. Love makes both free throws. Miloš Ilić is back in as well. 49-37, 16:35 to go in the second half. Tar Heels have led by as many as 17. It's kind of hung between 12 and 15 most of the game as a turnover. Oh no, DK lost the ball driving down the paint, but it must have hit a Tar Heel last. So it will belong to the Greyhounds. Spencer throws off an off-ball screen to get the inbounds. Sends it out high to Ilić. Now middle of the circles to Jackson. On the right sideline to Ilić. DK right back to Ilić on the right wing. To a cutting Spencer. Stops from 13 feet over to Jones. Bounces in the paint to DK. One-on-one with Garcia. And a foul. Foul on Garcia. That's his first. Carolina's been whistled for 3 fouls this half in the first 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Well, DK was able to get him low, and as we said, Garcia has a lot of skill, but he's not a big, strong guy, and DK is. And so when you get somebody tight to the basket, you're in a tough spot, and there was really nothing Garcia could do to slow him down except 2 fouls.
Jackson with 7 on the shot clock. Heels up 12. Jackson tries to drive on Walton. Walton knocked the ball loose, then Manick blocked the shot attempt after Jackson kind of got the ball back and threw it wildly towards the rim. Carolina has the basketball. Love dribbles to the right wing, kicks it to Manick. Pump fake for 3. Manick lost the dribble, recovers, back out to Love. Love behind a Manick screen, gets a clean look at 3 off the iron node. Rebound to Loyola. Still a 12-point Tar Heel lead, but Carolina struggled offensively here in the second half, just 1 of 4. Spencer gets down low, gets the shot to roll in, and a foul's called on R.J. Davis. So Spencer continues to play well. He has 6 this half, 10 for the game. The foul on Davis, his second. Spencer will have a chance for the 3-point play, and he can cut it down to a single-digit deficit for the visitors if he makes the free throw. Tar Heels just 1 of 4 with 3 turnovers this half. And they've seen their double-digit halftime lead whittled down to 10, possibly 9 after this from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC basketball and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like snacks and drinks. And you'll also find our bean-to-cup coffees to turn an ordinary day into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC basketball, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience before you cheer on the Tar Heels to victory.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Nope. 15:22 to go. Loyola has started well this half, outscored the Tar Heels 8-4. And they've whittled this Tar Heel lead down to 10, plus they have a free throw coming to maybe get it down to 9. Do you own or rent your home? Well, of course you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, see how much you could save. Geico.com, easy. Eric, hadn't been easy for the Tar Heels offensively here. They have just 5 points in the last 5 minutes and 45 seconds of the game going back to the first half, and no field goals in the last 3:06. Just a couple turnovers, some ugly possessions, and Loyola just slowly trying to get back in this thing.
Well, when you look at how Carolina started the game offensively, it was pass, 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 or it was a fast break and a lot of coverage on passes. You got a lot of distance covered on the floor. It forced the defense to move. You hit the hands of open shooters in the position to catch and shoot, and you picked up assisted field goals. Carolina only has 7 assists on their 16 field goals, and that's something that when you turn that tide, the offense will look better.
Free throw good. So it is 49-40. Carolina's lead, which has been as large as 17, is now down to 9. 13 on the shot clock. Walt way out in the middle of the floor. Sends it over to R.J. Davis. This possession really has never gotten inside the three-point arc. Garcia has it now. He floats it down low to Manick. Quickly goes up and scores.
Illich was starting to leach up towards the ball. Manick stayed put down low, and nice pass by Garcia to put it up high where only Manick could get it.
That's the first basket that's been assisted on by the Tar Heels since the 4:09 mark of the first half, and another foul on Carolina, as so much of this one's on Davis again, and it's his third. So much of Loyola's offense continues to just be a tight screen that Spencer is dribbling around and then forcing the Tar Heels to play defense either against him or on the man that is rolling off that screen. And Spencer's take advantage. He hits another free throw. He has now 8 this half and 12 for the game.
Try and bring Leaky Black in for Kerwin Walton, trying to put a little size again on the defensive. Well, actually, it's going to be for RJ. So
yeah.
Walton thought it was for him, but RJ is going to take a little break with that third foul.
Yeah, so it's going to be Love, Walton, Black, Manick, Garcia as the second free throw is missed. So it's a 10-point Tar Heel lead. Carolina, we'll talk about the minute distribution later, but there's basically been 7 guys that have played double-digit minutes. Nobody else more than 4. Manick gets caught on the baseline, somehow pivots his way around the defense and flips it up and in. He has 16.
Manick has good balance under there. He doesn't get overextended, so he can do a lot and still have control.
And it's going to be an offensive foul on the other side, Eric, because Velko Illich dipped his shoulder into Manick and knocked the Oklahoma transfer down.
We've seen that. DK's been doing it, and not charging, but using their strength to pound the post, to back in on the Tar Heel defenders. And that time Manick was able to time it to when that force hit him and dropped him back to pick up the charge.
That's 8 turnovers by Loyola. Illich has 4 of them. Leaky Black knifes through the zone, whips it in the right corner to Walton. Quickly out to Love. Good recovery defensively by Loyola. Heels have to reset. Black again on the dribble drive. Out to Walton. This time he'll shoot it and nail it. 3-pointer from the right wing.
Again, assisted field goal, Jones.
I tell you, Leaky Black, when he's been in there, he's been active for Carolina, and it gets on his assist to Walton's 3, the lead to 15. Walton trying to stay in front of Spencer. That's been a hard task. Spencer picks up his dribble, dishes to Illich. Outside the arc. He'll hand off to Jalen Andrews. Leaky Black trying to stay with him. Andrews, stutter step into the paint. High arcing short jumper, rolls off the rim. Garcia with the board. Carolina on the move. Love dribbles in to the cup and gets the bucket and the foul. Sent it way over the challenge of Illich for 2. Love with the physical finish. He'll have a chance for the 3-point play. Carolina up 17. And Loyola wants a timeout. 13-13 to go. Caleb Love with a chance for the 3-point play after this break. Loyola had taken this thing down to 9. Carolina has responded. It went 9, then 11, eventually it was 10. Now the Heels have gone on a 7-0 run to make it 17. 58-41 Carolina, 13-13 to go from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Jones and Eric here with you. Just want to check in because there are some tight ACC games and top 25 games. The Citadel leads Pittsburgh by 10 early second half. Clemson trailed Presbyterian at halftime by 8. They've come back to take a 2-point lead about 8 minutes in to the second half. Georgia Tech tied with Miami of Ohio at halftime. NC State is down 9 to Bucknell in the first half, 26-17. So just worth remembering that sometimes the first games aren't always easy. Although for some people they are, like UConn, who leads Central Connecticut 97-48. Caleb Love knocks in that free throw. There are some tight top 25 games. Dave will get you up to date on all those, although we can tell you Ohio State beat Akron in a close one, 67-66. Dave will get you up to date on all that in the postgame. 59-41 as Carolina forces a turnover on the other side. Garcia knocked it away from Fowray in the post. Kerwin Walton the other way. He pulls up for a three. Off the iron, no, and Fowray going to be called for a defensive rebounding foul as he went over the back of Manick. So Fowray picks up his third. That's the fourth on Loyola. Tar Heels have Love, Walton, Black, Manick, Garcia. Davis and Baycott on the bench with 3 fouls for Carolina. Inbounds goes to Walton in the right corner up the sideline with the pass to Garcia. Heels working around the perimeter. Love, stutter step, drives into the contact of Fowray on the right of the lane. No whistle, and he missed the shot short. Love took an extra beat to get up off the floor. Hubert Davis said, get up and go. Fowray on the right sideline for Loyola. Heels up 18, largest lead of the game, 59-41. DK to Jones, that high arcing long three, no good. Garcia all alone for the board. Caleb Love eyes up as he brings it front side. Bounce pass in the paint to Manick, and a foul on Fowray. And that's 4 now on Fowray. 5 on Loyola as a team. So Fowray with 4 fouls. Both the Illich twins have 3. DK with 2. So the size of Loyola starting to get in some foul issues. As Love inbounds left corner to Walton. Up the sideline with the pass to Garcia. Up high to Manick, now to Black. To a cutting Garcia. Pump fake. He had DK running up his back. He was able to stay steady and lay it home.
That's a 10-0 run for Carolina in the last 2 minutes.
First field goal as well, Eric, for Garcia. On another assist by Black, his 4th, 61-41. Fowray gets deep, kicks it in the corner right to Spencer. Up the sideline, passes out to Andrews, and he splashes in a triple. So Carolina had stretched it out to 20, and then finally Loyola stops the 10-0 run with the 3. Love, front side to Garcia, dumps it down low to Manick. Got good position against DK, couldn't quite finish. He's frustrated, he being Manick, as he comes back to play defense after the rebound for the Greyhounds. Down low to DK on a drive and dish. He pumps and lays it in. DK has 4, so Loyola answers with 5 straight. It's a 15-point Tar Heel lead, 61-46. Manick looking for Garcia in the post. It's hand-to-hand combat in there with DK. Now to Walton up high. Goes left wing to Love. Hard drive and spin into the paint and floats it home. That was pretty.
That's one of the benefits of putting Manick on a wing. You got a single post, and he was opposite. That was Garcia, which opened up the entire middle of the court for Caleb Love, who was able to get that first step and use his height and athleticism to go swooping into the rim.
10:47 to go, 63-46, and a turnover as trying to feed the post. I believe it was DK who tried to dump it down low to Fowray and just airmailed it over the baseline. 10:44 to go. Carolina will have the basketball with a 17-point lead. 63-46 the margin in the Smith Center from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Justin Osborne of Brevard Middle School in Brevard. His project, Outperforming with Vacuum Forming, is sponsored by Haywood EMC based in Waynesville. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
There's nothing better than the mouth-watering barbecue of Backyard Bistro. It's healishiously good, and this season you can see for yourself at the concession stands at the Smith Center. With award-winning barbecue highlighted in Cary Living Magazine, Destination America TV, and WRAL.com as a Voter's Choice winner, Backyard Bistro is the fastest-growing caterer in the Triangle. Try it out at your next Carolina get-together or drop by the restaurant in Raleigh off Interstate 40. Backyard Bistro. It's healishiously good.
10:44 to play in the Smith Center. Carolina's led by as many as 20. Currently, the advantage is 17, 63-46. Food Lion, proud to sponsor the Score to Give More campaign again this year. For every free throw the Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 100 meals to a local area food bank to help our neighbors in need this winter. Score to Give More, presented by Food Lion, the official grocer of the ACC. I chuckle because they had something called the flex cam on the video board, so they're showing people, of course, flexing in the stands. And they had to show, well, first of all, some dude who's clearly a bodybuilder is showing off his biceps, but then they flip it down to Tyler Hansbrough, who's in attendance, doesn't have skinny arms himself. But Tyler knew when he was beat with that bodybuilder dude, he wasn't going to flex on that guy. But good to see Tyler Hansbrough here. Actually talked to Tyler earlier today. He said he's trying to get the travel worked back out to go back to China and play professionally there. He has had a wonderful experience there playing, has really enjoyed it, but with COVID and some travel issues, as you can imagine, it's been a little bit of a challenge for him to get back. He is hoping to do so in the near future, but he's here courtside watching the game tonight. We're courtside too, Jones and Eric, along with Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, Jody Zwigner, our statistician. You've heard from Dave Nathan too. Heels up by 17. Davis back in. He's joined by Walton, McCoy, Garcia, and Baycott. Baycott and Davis playing with 3 fouls apiece. McCoy down low to Garcia. Pump fake, spins to the cup, lays it in with his left hand, and he's going to the strike.
And that time Garcia, no dribbles. He didn't dribble the ball. All he did was pivot, and he stayed tight. He was able to make a quick move. Good move. He's in tight, had good position, and reaps the benefit of that. That's the kind of play that Garcia can get. Now, it's not just Garcia. It also means the pass has to get there at the right time, and et cetera, but a good move by Garcia after a couple of low post gaps.
McCoy going to try his hand guarding Spencer, who's been a load. Ends up in Andrews' hands, and he's been tough too, and knocks in another 3. Walton got caught behind a screen. That allowed Andrews time to set his feet and rein it in. He has 8 this half, 17 for the game. Carolina's lead had gone to 20 on the Garcia three-point play. Back to 17. Turnover, Baycott's pass taken away by Spencer. He's able to beat McCoy down the court and lay it in. So just like that, it's a 15-point game at 66-51 with 9:54 to play. Heels have led by 20 a couple of times in this game. Loyola has hung around just to keep things uncomfortable enough. Davis reins in a 3 from behind a screen. Baycott hits the floor. He will look like he was shaken up for a second, but he pops up and heads the other way. Davis with the triple to make it 69-51. Spencer will try and answer, can't do it. Garcia with the rebound. Hands off to Davis. Heels can match their largest lead with a 2. They can get their largest advantage with a 3. 69-51. Heels up 18. Davis with 9:16 to go, eases up to the center jump circle. Backs up, looks to his right, crosses over to move left. Up high to Garcia. He'll try the triple off the back iron. Nothing but a black jersey there of Jalen Andrews for the rebound. Garcia can shoot out there, 36% last season for Marquette. Hit a pair in the exhibition. That one did not drop. 8:53 to go. Heels up 18. Spencer to a cutting DK. Missed the shot right in the lane. Garcia another rebound. He'll bring it front side. Now pitch it to the right to Davis in the front court. RJ, step back, triple off the back iron. McCoy runs in, had the rebound, lost it, got it back, saved it to Davis. To Garcia, his 3, got it! The effort by McCoy kept the possession going, and it pays off with the Garcia triple. Largest lead of the night, 72-51. Carolina with 8:20 to go. McCoy guarding Spencer. He'll pass it. Spencer will to DK. Back to the basket at the left elbow. still holding it high there. Carolina won't let him pass it away. Finally has to flip it out to Jones near the timeline. High screen. Jones drives. Sends it out to Andrews. Quick three. Rattles out. Garcia had the rebound knocked out of his hands, but it goes to Davis. Heels with 8 minutes to go, up 21. Davis angles to the left wing. Hands off on the sideline to Walton. Now to Garcia. Wanted Baycott down low. Couldn't get it to him. Ends up to McCoy. He'll get it to the big fella, but Baycott is stripped as he's going up. It will go over the baseline. Belong to Carolina after this timeout. 7:49 to go. Loyola has not scored in more than 2 minutes. Tar Heels starting to stretch the lead. It's 72-51. Carolina by 21 with 7:49 to play. All coming your way from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lane. Kaboom! Count it. And gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
7:49 to go. Carolina 72, Loyola 51. Tar Heels with the 21-point lead, and they'll have the basketball after Baycott had it knocked out of his hands on that previous possession. So let's check out some of these stats. By the way, that scoreboard where it says 72-51, brought to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau, helping use what they do best. All right, let's check out some stats presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Carolina this half shooting 10 of 18. That's almost 56%. 3 of 9 from 3, 4 of 4 from the free throw lines. That means Carolina 3 of 9 from 3, 7 of 9 inside the arc this half. In total, Heels shooting 54% from the floor, 40% from 3, and 64% from the line. Remember, they had some troubles in the free throw area in the first half. 4 Tar Heels in double figures. Love leading the way with 19. Caleb's career high is 25. That occurred at Duke last season. So nearing that number with 19. 16 points for Brady Manick. His career high is 31 during his time in Oklahoma. Eric, also 11 points for Garcia and for Kerwin Walton.
Well, isn't it fun to have guys that can score on the court? And you look at Carolina thus far, 54% from the field for the game. Every Carolina player who has attempted a shot, except for McCoy, are above 50%. And he's shot one time. He's 0 of 1. Everybody else that has attempted field goals is above 50% from the field.
Inbounds to Garcia. He was in a battle down there as he backed his way into the paint against Miloš Ilić. And Ilić picks up his 5th foul, fouling Garcia on the hook shot. So the Marquette transfer is going to go to the line for 2 shots as Miloš Ilić will leave. No points for Ilić tonight. Eric, I tell you what, though, the Ilić twins, I mean, they're young guys. They seem like they're going to be pretty good basketball players, feels like, for Loyola. Skilled guys, and they've gotten in some trouble tonight, but...
Yeah, but they're fair, but they're mobile. They're mobile. They've got, this offense that Hardy is running goes through the 4, the 5 at the top of the key all the time, and a lot of that is credited to Spencer because it's in his hands, or Andrews or Jones coming off the top. But those guys are important cogs in the wheel, and I think there's a pretty big dip with foul rate coming in compared to DK or the Illich guys.
First free throw good by Garcia. So he's in double figures in his Carolina debut, now has 12. Garcia hit double figures 17 times a year ago when he was named Big East Freshman of the Year. One thing about these transfers, these are guys who have done it at a high level. Last second free throw is no good. Baycott tipped the rebound off the glass, but foul ray brings it in. You're talking about Oklahoma, Marquette, and Virginia, the three places the transfers came from. So they have played high-level basketball before, arriving in Chapel Hill. Carolina up by 22, largest lead, 73-51. Wade Jackson weaves to the free throw line for Loyola, dumps it down low to DK. A switch had McCoy on him, and DK powers up and gets fouled. He'll have 2 shots.
Yeah, and that was good heady play by Loyola. It was a tough spot for McCoy to be in. McCoy got behind DK, and DK just slid right down the left side of the lane and pinned him down low. The only thing that McCoy could have done was tried to just whistle around and jump in front of him, but then he would have been pinned on the top side. So he was really left in no man's land as DK's first free throw is errant.
He struggles. He was 19 of 64 last year at the free throw line. And misses them both off the right side of the rim on both of them. Carolina the other way. Davis is going to go to the cup, missed the up and under. Rebound battled for. Garcia had it, but eventually DK brings it in. Baycott and Garcia kind of knocked each other off that rebound. So the Heels get a good opportunity at a transition bucket, but can't find it. So it remains 73-51. Tar Heels by 22. Spencer on the drive. He's blocked on his shot, but a foul is called. See if it's Baycott or if it is Love. It'll be Love picking up his third. So Carolina has not played a ton of guys. You have the 5 on the floor right now. That's Davis and Love, along with McCoy, Garcia, and Baycott. The free throw is no good. McCoy's only played 8 minutes. So you have 7 players, Love, Davis, Baycott, Garcia, Black, Walton, and Manick, who've all played double-digit minutes.
Yeah,
McCoy's played
or more.
Yeah, McCoy's played 8. Harris has played 3. Black and Manick checking in. Baycott and McCoy going out. So, of course, this is just one game, but a little window in to perhaps how Hubert Davis will manage his personnel. Roy Williams famously played a lot of people early in the season to get a lot of guys time, as Spencer makes the second of the 2 free throws. But at least in this very small sample size, not the case tonight. 6:48 to go. Carolina up 73-52. Garcia floats tried to float a pass down low to Manick. Spencer did a good job battling with him and tipping it away.
Yeah, just a poor pass by Garcia. You got Spencer on him, and he is dwarfed by Manick. You got to go up high.
Andrews off a screen. Catch and shoot 3 won't go. Garcia with the rebound. We'll check these rebound numbers for you in a second for Carolina. Love sprinting the other way. Finds a trailing. Garcia goes right to the cup. Had his shot blocked. Manick, though, there to clean it up and hook it in. Manick with 18, including some timely baskets in the second half. 75-52. 6:07 to play. Kenneth Jones crouched over with his low left-handed dribble. Hands off to Andrews. He'll give it to Spencer. Long 2, no good. Garcia, another rebound. His 7th. Heels the other way. Leaky Black tried to posterize DK, but DK blocked it away. 75-52. Loyola the other direction. Boy, Black was pulled back, tried to throw the hammer down, and DK with the high-quality defensive stop. And then he gets a nice dish to the cutting Kenneth Jones. R.J. Davis called for the foul, trying to catch up from behind. That's 4 fouls now on R.J. Davis. So Kenneth Jones is going to go to the stripe for the first time tonight.
But I'll tell you what I really liked about Leakey's, and I know it was a big-time block by DK, but I love the fact that Leakey attacked that basket because that's what he can do, and I tell you, most times that's going to end up in a foul or a score.
Free throw pops out for Jones. Walton will come in for Davis with those 4 fouls. R.J. Davis did not foul out of a game last year for Carolina. but he's in a bit of foul trouble. 3 fouls on Baycott and Love and 4 on Davis. Remains 75-52. Carolina by 23 with 5:35 to play. Second free throw by Jones is good. His first point of the second half after having 10 in the first half. 22-point Tar Heel lead. 75-53. Carolina lobs it all the way from the timeline. Love to Leaky Black for the flush. Boy, what a pass by Love. And then Leaky way up in the air to finish with 2 hands. Other direction, Loyola. Carolina by 24 now. Spencer. Jab step against Manick. Drives into the paint. His step back. Teardrop won't go. Rebound tip to Walton, He'll bring it front court for Carolina. Hesitates with 5 minutes to play. His floater is no good, and he's going to be called for a charge, I believe. Yep. Yes, because Spencer slid in to take it. That's just the second foul on Kerwin Walton. But that's 9 fouls on Carolina this half after they were whistled for just 6 in the first half. 77-53. Tar Heels by 24 with 4:59 to go. Spencer jogs front side, hands off to Andrews. High weave here this time for Loyola. Now it's Jackson with it in the middle of the floor. Hands off to Andrews on the right wing. Out to Velko Illich. Right back to Andrews. Pulls up at the free throw line and had his pass knocked away by Black into the hands of Caleb Love. Love, front side for Carolina. Hesitation. Spins in the paint. Dishes to Manick for the bucket. Pretty pass and a great finish.
Yeah, really good. I mean, Caleb Love comes in, attracts the defense. Manick stays put, as he's done a couple of times tonight. Low on that bottom side of the block, on the opposite side where the ball's coming from. Hands are ready. Caleb Love, unselfish play, puts it right in the pocket.
That is going to stretch to a full because the timeout taken within a 30-second window of the 4-minute timeout. 4:20 to play. Carolina up 79-53. We'll take a break with them. By the way, Manick now with 20. Love has 19. Those two with 39 combined points. Carolina up by 26 from their field.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of 4A City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in 4A City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Philip Marathon.
$79-53. Tar Heels by 26. 4:20 to go in the ball game. And Eric, well, I tell you what, I was going to ask you your opinion, but let's go through some stats real fast first. Some of these individual numbers. Manick with 20, 9 of 14 from the field. He also has 5 rebounds. Caleb Love, 19, 2 rebounds, 2 assists for Caleb. Also in double figures, Garcia has 12 and 8 boards. Walton with 11. Baycott 6. Baycott with 8. R.J. Davis with 6. McCoy has a point. Leaky Black has 2 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. And feels like in this last Eric, I'll say 10 minutes or so, Tar Heel offense has looked a little more fluid.
Well, it's looked more fluid, but also the other thing is the defense has looked better. And all of a sudden, you look down on Loyola that had been sitting at 6, 7 turnovers is now at 11. And it's because Carolina has found a way to get their hand on the basketball. It's also pushed them into more of an open floor, open court offense, which has allowed us to take advantage of some opportunities without a set defense in front of us.
Tar Heels have 9 turnovers on the night. Illich at the ACC logo, and I believe he double dribbled. He did. Caught the ball, dribbled, then bumped into Garcia, and then dribbled again. So a turnover. As Eric told you, that turnover number is starting to elevate for Loyola, who does not have a field goal in 6 minutes. Manick outside the arc on the left, now to Love. He'll cross it over to Leaky Black, still outside the three-point line. Now dumps it left of the lane to Manick. Back to the basket. Manick, double team comes, waits for it to leave, just kept pivoting around the defense. Missed the shot, but there's Leaky Black. Out to Love. He'll pump, now he'll take the triple, a little bit short. Rebound fought for and knocked out of bounds by Garcia. In fact, Garcia was called for a foul going for that rebound, his second. Well, that's one of those possessions where you got a good shot from Manick, it just didn't go. Then Black with the good hustle, kicked it out to Love. Good look for three, just didn't go. I think that's one where, of course, the result wasn't what you wanted, but the effort and the execution was pretty good. Even though it will end up on a free throw for Veljko Illich on the other side. He'll have 2 shots because Carolina has been whistled for 10 this half. It remains a 26-point Tar Heel lead. 79-53 with 3:35 to play. First free throw by Illich is good. Sub coming in for Loyola. First time we've seen David Brown III, a freshman from La Plata, Maryland. His dad, also named David, played basketball at UMass. He'll get his first action of the regular season. Both free throws good by Illich. He has 4 total points tonight. That's Veljko Illich, 79-55. Kerwin Walton on the right sideline up to Manick. Carolina really has this floor spread out offensively. As Love tries to drive, cut off, steps back, drives again, kicks it out to Walton, top of the key. Had a three, didn't take it. Over to Love, now to Garcia. Carolina tries to clear away from him. Garcia held the ball and had it knocked away. Loyola the other way, ends up to Veljko Illich, trailing the play for the layup. 3:05 to go. Carolina by 22, 79-55. 10 turnovers now for Carolina. Love picked up his dribble up high. Needs some help. Gives it over to Manick. He'll hand off right sideline to Walton. Quickly now to Black on the left. He hands off to Love. Around a Garcia screen. Love pounding the ball to the deck. Gets into the paint and gets fouled.
Well, it looked like he took an awkward step there, almost as though he kind of stepped on some. I mean, he didn't twist an ankle at all. Love that is. It just looked like he had a awkward step that didn't result in much lift. But he'll be at the foul line, and tonight Love is 5 of 8 from the line. Carolina as a whole 15 of 24 for 62%.
And they had that one stretch in the.
It hurt them.
Yeah, in that last bit of the first half. Although Love misses that one, kind of exasperatedly bends over at the waist. He was a good free throw shooter. I mean, he is a good. He was 81% last year, made 26 of his last 28. And he softly strips the net on the second to make it 80-57 with 2:44 to go. He'll still have 5 regulars out there with the 23-point lead, although Anthony Harris now coming to the scorer's table, as is Baycott, as is McCoy, as is Dontrez Styles, as is DeMarco Dunn. 3-pointer missed by Loyola. Garcia with the rebound. Ahead to Love. He'll slow it down. Love uses a Garcia screen to get to the top of the key. Now attacks and gets the easy left-handed finish. And Carolina, I believe, took a timeout just to sub.
Yep.
So they will bring in 5 new players. Well, maybe. Caleb Love puts his arm around Hubert Davis for a moment. Still trying to see who's coming. Okay, Dewey Ferris is going to come in instead of Baycott. So it'll be Dewey Ferris, McCoy, Anthony Harris, and then the 2 freshmen, Dontrez Styles and DeMarco Dunn. Those 5 coming in with 2:14 to go. And the Tar Heels up 25 points, 82-57. These two freshmen, good players. Carolina thinks they're really going to develop into something that can really be beneficial. Athletic guys as Jackson drives against Dewey Ferris and earns the foul. So Wade Jackson will have a couple free throws. But Eric, I know you have seen Dontre Styles and DeMarco Dunn just like I have at practice some, and these guys I think are going to be really valuable players for Carolina. Good, nice young guys and really good players.
Yeah, I'm excited about both of them. I think they both bring a very dynamic type of style to the floor. You know, Dunn is not as big as Styles. Styles has a little more girth to him, but both are very athletic, strong. They're skilled players. I think that, you know, everybody would like to see the freshmen, but I think that it may behoove things long term to have them have a little bit of a slower pace right now, just because it's a freshman year prior to the holidays. You've had a lot, and it's a lot to chew on. So I think taking it slow is a pretty good move.
DeMarco Dunn hands off to Anthony Harris. Second free throw is good as Harris knifes into the paint, and did he get the roll? No, it crawled off that front iron as he tried to flip it over the challenge of Wade Jackson. That thing just hung on that front rim. 82-58. Tar Heels by 24. Jackson drives to the right elbow, picks up his dribble, gets it down low to, I believe, who is that?
Illich.
That's Illich. He got blocked off for a second by Coach Hardy of Loyola. Illich was able to work around Dewey Ferris, and it's 82-60. Anthony Harris on the drive, dumps it off to Dewey Ferris, and a foul called on Anthony Harris.
Yeah, a little bit of a forearm to create some distance by Harris, and Harris smiling, looking up at the board. He's getting ready to see it right here. It's pretty, not much you can do about that one except for accept it.
82-60, Carolina by 22. Loyola with the basketball. Largest lead has been 26 for Carolina. As Loyola again goes down to Illich against Dewey Ferris. Illich runs over Ferris, and it's going to be a foul called on the Tar Heel walk-on. I don't think the bucket is going to count, although Illich, it is going to count. So they're going to give Illich a chance for three. As it's now 82-62. Well, Loyola has gone at Dewey Ferris every single time that he has been in there defensively. The junior from Charlotte, fourth generation Tar Heel, second year in the program. Free throw no good. And Ferris one-hands the rebound and gets dragged to the deck. Foul called on Nick Marshall of Loyola. And
now he'll have a chance for free throws.
That's the 8th team foul. Yes, so this is a one-and-one opportunity. Dewey Ferris did not score last season for the Tar Heels. So he has a chance for his first point as a Carolina basketball player. 82-62, a little Dewey chant going up in the Smith Center. Let's see if he can make it pay off. Free throw for the junior from Charlotte. Good. There's his first point as a Tar Heel. He'll get the back end to the 1-and-1 as well. 83-62. Stations, we owe you a 10-second ID break. If we get one more stoppage of play, we'll take it. If not, we'll do it before we go to our post-game inventory. Second free throw wouldn't go. 83-62. Carolina by 21. Gray with a step-back three. That is Deron Gray, a 5'11 junior for Loyola. Makes it 83-65. Again, Carolina led this by 26. Loyola has gone on a nice spurt here at the end of the game to get it a little closer. Anthony Harris dribbling in the center jump circle. He'll hand off on the left wing to DeMarco Dunn. Dunn is going to attack the paint, had it knocked out of his hands and off his leg out of bounds. So that will give us that chance to break 10-second station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Final 20 seconds of the ball game. Three-pointer taken by Loyola, no good. Dontre Styles up in the air for the board.
WCAB Rutherfordton.
And Styles and Dunn. One of the things that I...
By the way, Eric, just real quick, there's a foul on the rebound on Dewey Ferris, so it's going to be free throws for Loyola.
And I like Dunn defensively. He stays low. He moves well. I mean, it is really hard to come in the last 2 minutes and give yourself any kind of a snapshot, both to work on yourself or to give the fans much to look at in 2 minutes as a new platoon. But I do think that that's one of the areas that we didn't talk about with Dunn, where he can be particularly good, is in that defensive tip of the defense.
Illich's free throw, first one's good, second one finds its way home as well. So it's a 16-point lead with 14 seconds to go. 83-67. Anthony Harris will walk the ball front court, crosses the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. So the Hubert Davis era starts in style as Carolina leads by as many as 26 points late in the game. Loyola able to creep a little closer after the Tar Heels went to the bench late, but it's still a convincing 83-67 final score. The Tar Heels start the 2021-22 season and the Hubert Davis era with a victory. 83-67, the final. We'll take a break. We have a lot to do on the Coke postgame report. I tell you what, let's just hang here for just a second before I know we're playing the music. Just want to see, I think there have been some talk of maybe something out on the court for Hubert Davis. Don't know if that's going to come together or not. There was some chatter of that. We'll just have to wait and see for a second before the Tar Heels head to the back. Now they're going to head on to the back. So whatever they're going to do for Coach Davis is going to happen in the locker room. We'll try to see if we can let you know what happens back there. 83-67. Carolina wins it by 16. We will talk to Coach Davis, try to get a player, and Dave and Eric will go through the stats, scores, and a bunch more. Tar Heels start the season with a win. 83-67, the final from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
What are you so happy about? I'm on the pill. Aren't you two a bit old to worry about having more kids? Not her, me. You lost me there, buddy. Steelman pills. Things weren't always looking up, if you catch my drift. So, my doctor prescribed me a little something. Like Viagra? Yeah, but that's expensive, and it wasn't covered by my insurance. Steelman pills cost me less than $3 a pill, and virtually the same effect. I just called and got over 40 pills for only $99. I have this friend who might be looking and... Well, if your friend wants some help, the consultation is free over the phone. No clinic. Steelman Pills sends it in the mail in a confidential package. I'm on it. I mean, my friend will be on it.
Steelman Pills, going the extra mile to help men with erectile dysfunction.
800-811-6234.
800-811-6234. 800-811-6234. That's 800-811-6234.
(83-67) Carolina with the win tonight over Loyola. Hubert Davis' era begins in style with the Tar Heels improving to 1-0 on the season. This is the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. Dave Nathan with you from the floor of the Smith Center. We'll hear from Coach Davis coming up in a little bit. Eric Montross will give you his final thoughts on tonight's game. Jones Angel will also be back. But in the meantime, let's get a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, Carolina with the 83-67 win over Loyola here this evening in the Smith Center. Other games that have gone finals: Syracuse with a 97-63 win over Lafayette. Also, Clemson holding off Presbyterian 64-53 for its season-opening victory. A few games at the half. Boston College leading Dartmouth 42-19. Virginia Tech 48, Maine 25. That game now in the early stages of the second half. NC State and Bucknell also 2 minutes into the second stanza. State up a point, 45-44. Miami and Canisius midway through the second half. The Canes lead by 10, 59-49. Georgia Tech with a 55-48 advantage on Miami of Ohio with 9:51 to play. And with just seconds to go in the second half, the Citadel closing in on a victory over Pittsburgh, 78-61. Might that be a harbinger of things to come for the Carolina football team that's on the road Thursday at Pitt? We shall see. Carolina women's basketball team victorious tonight over North Carolina A&T, 92-47. And some earlier finals from the top 25. Villanova 91, Mount St. Mary's 51. It's Ohio State holding off Akron 67-66. The Buckeyes win by a point. UConn 99-48 winners over Central Connecticut. So those are all the finals in the top 25 on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll continue to update those as our broadcast unfolds. Also, the new college football rankings should be coming out here in the next half hour or so. We'll get you those before our time expires here on the post-game report. Again, Carolina with a season-opening win over Loyola, 83-67. We'll come back to the Smith Center to talk more about this one. Carolina wins from Learfield.
Hey, Carolina. Hey, Carolina family. This is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Basketball from Learfield.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW center for details.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps. Cards? Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. And it's bow time.
67, Carolina begins 2021-22 with a 16-point win over Loyola. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar post-game report. Coca-Cola with zero sugar, now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Hey, find out for yourself. We're going to hear from Caleb Love coming up in a little bit. Also, Jones will bring us an interview with Hubert Davis when Coach gets out of the locker room. It is a winning locker room tonight, 83-67. The Tar Heels got off to a quick start. Loyola made this somewhat of a game. It was 45-31 at the half, and then Carolina kept Loyola at bay for the better part of the game's final 20 minutes, outscoring Loyola 38-36 in the game's second stanza to win 83-67. To run through some of the numbers, it's 29 of 55 shooting performance for Carolina from the floor. That's 52.7% from three-point land, 8 of 21. The Tar Heels 17 of 28 from the charity stripe and wind up out-rebounding Loyola 37-30. The Heels with 15 assists on those 29 made baskets. Carolina turns it over 12 times, blocks 3 shots, and claims 7 steals en route to the 83-67 win. For the Tar Heels, 4 players in double figures. Caleb Love with 22 points. Brady Manick has 20 in his Carolina debut. Dawson Garcia, also playing his first game for Carolina, has 12. And Kerwin Walton beginning his second season in style with an early 11 for the Heels. Manick 9 of 15 from the floor. Love 7 of 13. Garcia 3 of 6 and Walton 4 of 7. So those 4 all pretty efficient when it came to putting the ball in the basket. From three-point land, Manick knocked down his first triple that gave Carolina the early lead, but it was just 1 for 5 in the ball game. Love was 2 of 6. Davis and Garcia both go 1 of 2, and Walton an effective 3 of 6 from three-point land. Again, Carolina just 17 of 28 from the stripe. Love got there 10 times, connected on 6 to lead the way for the Tar Heels. Garcia 5 of 7 in his first Carolina outing. Garcia also with game-high 9 rebounds for the Tar Heels. 6 boards for Armando Bacot to go with his 8 points and 2 blocks in just 17 minutes of play. Brady Manick has 5 rebounds, as does R.J. Davis. 4 off the glass for Leaky Black, as the Tar Heels again win 83-67. In the assist column, R.J. Davis leads the way with 5. Leaky Black has 4 to go with 4 boards and a couple of points, 2 dimes for Love and 1 apiece for Walton and McCoy. It all adds up to a 16-point win for Carolina. Defensively, Loyola held to just 43.6% shooting in the ballgame, 24 of 55 from the floor for the Greyhounds, 7 of 25 from three-point land. Of those 7 triples, 4 of them go to Jalen Andrews, who scores 17 points to lead the way for the visitors. He was one of 4 Greyhounds in double figures. Cam Spencer has 15 points. Illich has 12. And Kenneth Jones with 11 for Loyola. The Greyhounds 12 of 21 from the free throw line. We mentioned the Tar Heels out-rebound the opponent by 7, 37-30. Loyola 14 assists on those 24 made baskets, 12 turnovers, and 9 steals for Loyola, creating some live ball havoc in what turns out to be a Carolina win, 83-67. Back to that free throw stat for just a second. The Tar Heels 17 of 28 from the line, which means another 1,700 meals were donated to a local area food bank through Food Lion Feeds. Scored to give more. Food Lion is the official grocer of the ACC. We again are waiting comments from Hubert Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. And while we wait on that, we'll take a quick timeout and come back after this. The Heels beat Loyola 83-67 from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates.
We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith Drugs of Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Please join North Carolina Vocational Rehabilitation Services in celebrating National Disability Employment Awareness Month this October. This year, the theme is America's Recovery, powered by inclusion. This reflects the importance of ensuring that people with disabilities have full access to employment and community involvement during the national recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. To find out how vocational rehabilitation can help a person with a disability secure employment or a business to build an inclusive workforce, please contact us at 828-229-4200 or visit our website at www.ncdhhs.gov.
Continues with the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Ford, the 2021 Ford F-150, a tradition of toughness. Visit your Carolina Ford dealer today. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
25 years, Top of the Hill Restaurant and Brewery has been a pre- and post-game tradition. Handcrafted beer, great food, and atmosphere where Tar Heels come to celebrate. The Tar Heels celebrating the first win of the Hubert Davis era, 83-67, the final over Loyola. Again, we continue to await comments from Coach Davis after his first career win as Carolina's head coach. Caleb Love, though, I believe is standing by with Adam Lucas in a moment. We'll get to those two, but right now, let's talk with Eric Montross here about how this one unraveled as it's 83-67 final. Carolina gets the win. Big fella, felt like this game was played in a few stages where in the first, 6-8 minutes, I thought Carolina was freewheeling, playing loose, knocking down shots, and everything seemed to be running smoothly.
You know, it was interesting. Jody and I were just talking about, by the way, how good is it to have Jody back courtside with us after last season? So
Jody, by the way, is credited in this year's media guide as one of the major contributors. So if you look hard enough, you'll find Jody's name. And if you make that book, that's when you know you've arrived.
You have arrived. But Jody and I were just talking about there were 3 turnovers early on that Loyola made. It was in the first 3 minutes and 15 seconds. And Carolina just 2 3-pointers and a goal all came out of those 3 turnovers. And instantly you thought, wow, this is going to be a game where Carolina's going to convert a lot. Well, Carolina only ended up with 8 points in the rest of the game off of turnovers. And Loyola turned the ball over 12 times. That's not a real high number. So the opportunities were there, but they didn't score off the next 9 only 8 points off the next 9 turnovers that Loyola had. I think that Carolina had really good spacing early. They had pace. You saw a lull during the middle part of the game, and then in the last 10 or 12 minutes, Carolina started finding ways to get out and run, find spacing. They found guys in the post when other players were lifted on the outside, and everything started to look a little bit better. So, but it's so early. There's no sample size. I mean, this is nothing. This is just a quick one-game snapshot, and I like some of the things we're doing.
You mentioned in the pregame aspect of the broadcast, spacing was something that you were going to have your eyes on, and there were times where it felt like Carolina had 5 out. Other times, I think Loyola went to a zone, and Carolina still spread them out and got some decent shots. How'd you feel like Carolina worked together in terms of whatever new spacing there is this year?
There was a point in time in the game where, and it was in the second half, where every player that had taken a field goal except for Justin McCoy, who was 0 of 1. Every other player so that the 6 other players that had attempted field goals that time were all 50% or above from the field. What that tells you is that you're getting into high percentage areas, both with where you're receiving the ball and how you're setting up in position. Whether it was Manick getting low post position, whether it was Garcia being in the right place to receive a ball and put it in, or Kerwin Walton being in the right place. Caleb Love made some good decisions. R.J. Davis made a couple of terrific decisions when he could have taken the shot himself, one on a layup, one on a deep 3, and instead he passed it to someone who was in a better position to score. And those things make this team look really good. And so there's plenty of offense to be had. It still takes some refining. And I think as Carolina gets better with their rebounding, as they get better with their defense, they'll create more opportunities.
We're going to hear from Coach Davis here any minute now as Carolina knocks off Loyola 83-67. Brady Manick was really something to see here for those of us that could see him, just with his knack for how the game works offensively, his ability to step out and knock down shots, and then feeling defenders on his hip, spinning around folks, and finding ways to get to the basket in the post and traffic. He is a unique skill set. Coach Davis says it's one of his greatest regrets. He only gets to coach him for 1 year, but through one game, Manick again 9 of 15, 20 points, 5 rebounds, and almost 29 minutes of play. The only players that played more than Manick, Caleb Love and Dawson Garcia. Let's go to Jones, who is standing by with Coach Davis right now in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner.
That's right, the highest winning percentage for any head coach in the history of Carolina basketball.
That's my retirement.
Hubert Davis in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after his team's win tonight, 83-67. That advantage was up to 26 late in the game and got whittled down a little bit at the end. But Coach, game 1, a victory. Your emotions?
Yeah, I was very emotional after the game and just spending time with my wife. It's been an unbelievable, great 7 months, but it's been a lot. And at times, you don't have time for the emotions to really set in. And being out there tonight and it looked like we were going to win, and then walking through that tunnel and saw my wife there and saw Elijah, my oldest son, who came back from college today just to be at the first game. It was just seeing people that doesn't matter what's going on, they're always on your side. And to see them first coming through the tunnel, just it was a special moment.
This may be a silly question. Did it feel and happen kind of like you thought that it might feel and happen when you're on the sideline sitting there coaching Carolina basketball?
Well, the feeling was the same as it was against Elizabeth City, and the feeling was the same against Florida in the close scrimmage. It was basketball, and it was our team, and so from that standpoint, everything was the same. I was happy with our guys, how we started the game. There were spots where I felt like we took a deep breath and we relaxed a little bit. And against a disciplined team like Loyola, who is very patient on the offensive end, they're very methodical and they're very good at getting the shots that they want. allowed them to creep into our lead. But I was really happy in the second half how we responded, and I'm very encouraged.
I was going to ask you, they cut it down to 9 or 10 there a couple minutes into the second half, and then it felt like your team really grabbed control. What did you like about that stretch?
Well, I thought Caleb Love was fantastic. I mean, I thought he settled us down, and at the beginning of the second half, offensively, the only thing we were doing was shooting jump shots. And so one of the things that we had talked about with this group is that they don't have any shot blockers, and so our strength is being able to attack the basket, whether post penetration or offensive rebounds. And for whatever reason, in the second half, we went away from it. Then we started to attack the basket, whether it was Caleb or Dawson and Brady around the basket. That allowed us to score, and then from there, we were able to win.
You said you were happy with your team's defensive effort in the exhibition. I know it's right after the game, but your thoughts on the defensive side tonight?
I do. I think at times I thought we were great defensively. One of the things that I talked about before the game that I saw a pattern of in the practices leading up to this game is we would play great defense, but we wouldn't finish it with a box out. And so just due to things that we have practiced in practice, I can't wait to watch the tape. I would say over 60-70% of their baskets were on things that we've never practiced in practice. And so that's what we've got to do as a defensive team is we're good, but be consistently solid. And if we can do that, we can cause a lot of problems.
Coach, last thing, first time in a long time that the Smith Center's been able to be filled with fans, and just your thoughts on everybody being back and just being together and getting to enjoy a night of Carolina basketball.
It felt like college basketball, felt like Carolina basketball tonight. I've often thought at the missed opportunity for RJ and Caleb and sophomores that didn't have that experience last year of playing in front of a crowd, and I was so happy for them to be able to experience just a little bit of what this place is about, and I'm looking forward to on Friday night being it sold out and packed.
That is Hubert Davis, head coach of Carolina basketball inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. Coach, congratulations on the win, and look forward to talking with you again on Friday.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Jones, thanks again as Coach Davis and the Tar Heels beat Loyola tonight 83-67. Again, Caleb Love will join Adam Lucas in a moment. Jones will come back here. Eric will give you his final thoughts, and we've still got more to get to on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, too. So a lot to get to on the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report as Carolina wins by 16, opening up another brand-new season of Tar Heel basketball from Lear Field.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Here's a COVID-19 update pertaining to cruise travel. Everyone wants to get away and go on a vacation. But let's face it, there's a COVID fear factor out there. But here's some good news. Taking a cruise is probably the safest place you can be right now. All cruise lines have initiated very thorough testing requirements for all passengers and employees. They've also enhanced their air filtration systems, continual cleaning of the cruise ships, and have much stricter occupancy limitations. What that means for you is you can have peace of mind knowing you can have a wonderful vacation on a cruise ship without putting yourself at a severe risk of getting sick. Make your cruise vacation plans now. Call and let one of Viva Voyage's cruise experts help you find the safest cruise package at the lowest rates of the year.
800-284-1349. 800-284-1349. 800-284-1349. That's 800-284-1349.
Thousands of people contact InventHelp monthly about their invention or new product. Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Call InventHelp now. Best of all, the call and information are free. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential, explaining every step of the invention process. Join people just like you who made the call to InventHelp. You have nothing to lose. The call and the information are free.
Call 1-800-211-1813. That's 1-800-211-1813.
Courtside in at the Smith Center. Appreciate Coach Davis joining us there in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner a moment ago. We do have Adam Lucas caught up with Caleb Love. You're going to hear that interview in just a moment. Caleb had a terrific night tonight, 22 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and no turnovers. By the way, that's back-to-back games. One of the very few good things about that Wisconsin game last year in the tournament was Caleb had no turnovers. And so second straight game that counted, that he ended up with 0 turnovers, which is good to see. So Jones here with Eric. We're still courtside. Dave's going to take you the rest of the way through the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report after Eric and I chat here for just a second. And I thought it was interesting, Eric. Hubert Davis has been not stoic, but he has been very much kind of deflecting all of the, hey, your first game, changing to the guard, all those different things. He's been gracious and he's talked about it, but he's kind of really made a point to move past that.
Yeah.
You could tell, though, that when he saw his son and he saw his wife, and I think the moment caught up to him just a little bit, where he
how could it not?
Right. I mean, as it should. Right.
Right.
Yeah. He finally let the emotion of it get to him just a little bit, and boy, he was happy, and that makes everybody happy because Carolina won the ball game, and it was a nice victory against a team that I think is a solid young team in Loyola.
No, I thought that two things to the point about kind of the emotional side. How could it not be emotional?
Right.
I mean, it is a culmination of a lot of work. It's your first game. It's the stage where the lights are going to be as bright as they have been over 7 months, and your guys go out and perform pretty darn well for an early season game. And they have the imprint of what you've been trying to teach them. So it's validation in some small way that things are at least working in the right direction, which is great. I'll tell you the other thing. We got 2 guys out here right now that are working on their game. Anthony Harris and Justin McCoy have been out here for the past 20 minutes shooting nonstop jumpers. And that's another thing that I really like seeing is that these guys are coming out and they're working hard on their game afterwards. Again, I think it's a point that Hubert has made. Guys, you have to work. You have to put in the time. You have to put in the repetitions to get good. All of that, I totally forgot the second point that we were going to talk about outside of the emotion. What was the other point that we were?
Just the point that it was a nice, solid win. I mean, Are there plenty of things to improve on? Of course. Right. I do think it's worth remembering Carolina was up 26 there with like 3 minutes left when some different players came in. So I know the final score might look a little closer than you wanted it to, but just keep that in mind.
Yeah, correct. So kind of erase that from your memory. This is a really good win. And I think that what you said earlier was that this Loyola team was a pretty good young team. It's interesting. They did some things that we didn't like, meaning they put DK or Illich, one of the Illich twins, up at the top of the key. The offense ran through it. Spencer was so good. That little point guard was so good at coming off tight, rubbing off the defense. It forced us to either go under the screen and have to deal with the repercussions or go over and trail, and then we had to deal with the repercussions, and oftentimes that ended up in a switch. It was a learning opportunity for our team. I thought we got better in some cases. It still wasn't flawless. It's not something you can be flawless at. You're going to, against a well-executed situation like that where the team is spaced out offensively, you're going to have some little bit of some gaffes, and Carolina did. But it was the reason why I mention that is because it's an example of a well-coached team. They passed the ball well. They push buttons on you. Andrews, when he came in, he was a little erratic, but he was a good little player for them. Jones was a good shooter. They took advantage of what they had. And, they're not as polished. We know that going into this game that they weren't going to be as polished as Carolina. But I thought that it was a great opportunity for Carolina to learn and get ready for Friday.
Just one more thing, and we talked about it some during the broadcast, and then we'll do our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game, and then let Dave take you the rest of the way because we know it's Tuesday night. Plus, you're going to hear a lot of us still this week. We got football coming up on Thursday, of course, and another basketball game on Friday. I do think the rotation tighter than what we have seen in the Roy Williams era early in the season. This was 7 guys played 17 or more minutes, and then you also had Justin McCoy and Anthony Harris who played between 6 and 10 minutes between those two players. So you saw a pretty definitive 7 and then 2 more for 9 that played most of this ball game.
Honestly, I don't think that should be really all that surprising.
I think it's just different.
No question, right? It's very different from where Coach Williams went, which was he was going to run 10, 11, 12 guys sometimes, and he was going to run them in, especially preseason, and let things filter. I think that right now the footprint is, and we saw it even in the exhibition, down at 2 minutes, Carolina still had arguably their top 5 players on the court. I think there's certainly an argument to be made, and it's what Hubert has said, which is I'm going to play the guys that I feel like are the most capable today. And if I change it over the course of time, that's fine, but I'm going to play a short rotation. I think there's certainly value in that. There's continuity as a player. The guys that you're playing with in and out, but it doesn't bother me. I think it's an interesting change, at least in game one.
All right, so we have the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Of course, after Carolina victories, you can head to Twitter, help us choose this. Gave you 3 choices tonight. Caleb Love, 22 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, no turnovers. Brady Manick, 20 points, 5 rebounds, and a block. And Dawson Garcia, 12 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. And really a 2-man race, Love and Manick, but it is going to belong to Caleb Love, our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Brought to you by LS Tractor. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction, all that for less money. How do you do that? Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com. Find a dealer near you. Can I also just say, I thought Leaky Black played well today.
Yes.
2 points,
Agreed.
4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 turnover in 21 minutes. Everybody seems to have an opinion all the time on what Leaky's doing out there. Thought he played really well tonight for Carolina. But, Eric, Caleb Love, deservedly the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. He looked really good.
Yeah.
And was
The
aggressive.
first weather forecast
He
is
did. He was
605.
aggressive. He's making better decisions. I think that, again, not to always look in the rearview mirror, but hindsight teaches you some things. And what we saw last year was that you had a young player that needed to mature into a player that could be more of a model for the team. And tonight we saw numerous times where Caleb and RJ and other players dished it off. Leaky Black as a great example. He came into the lane. He had an opportunity for a higher degree difficulty shot, and he put it in the hands of Brady Manick or Dawson Garcia or somebody who was open for their shot, and they made it. I think it actually was Kerwin Walton in the far corner. And so the decision-making is getting better. And for Caleb, I think there's so much of them. You look at it and you say, would you take 7 of 13 from the field? Yeah, you probably would out of him because you need him to be aggressive. He's going to miss some shots, but he has to be aggressive. He has to take some shots. He was 6 of 10 from the line. He's not going to be happy with that. He's an 80% shooter, at least through last year. 3 points. He's 2 of 6 from the high arc. He's not going to be happy with that. But I think overall, you look at the big picture, and it's really good to see 0 turnovers. It's really good to see him above 50% from the field. And it's really good to see him, in this case, only taking 13 shots because you've got so many other guys that you can distribute to.
Yeah, just 2 quick notes about that. Caleb took 90 more shots than any other player on the Carolina team last season. He was only 50% or better last season 4 times all season long in a game. So to be above 50%,
did not take the most shots in the game. Not that he can't or it's a bad thing if he does, but just to say that he was more measured in his offense and took higher quality looks, and it paid off. And I do think as we move through this year, it'll be worth keeping an eye out. It happened late in the second half. The way Carolina's going to space the floor a little bit differently, that can open up some lanes for him. And he's very good getting to the rim. So we'll see.
He's good to get into the rim. And, Jones, look at this. I know it's the what-ifs, but if he shoots 80%, now he's had 24-point game on 13 shots from the field. That's a heck of a number, and it's a really good performance. So
overall, good night for Caleb, good night for the Tar Heels. They win at 83-67. Okay, Dave's going to take you the rest of the way. Need to give you a couple reminders here. Stay tuned, by the way, you're going to hear from Caleb. Adam Lucas talked to him a few minutes ago. You're going to hear that in just a minute. Football on Thursday, so we'll be up in Pittsburgh with the Gridiron Tar Heels. That is a 7:30 kick. Pitch really good. That's going to be a big-time matchup for Carolina to try and continue this better play that we've seen from the Heels the last few weeks. Short turnaround. That's 7:30 kick. We're on the air at 6:30. Pitt, by the way, checked in at number 21 in the college football playoff rankings tonight. They are a legitimate top 20, 25 type of team. And then more basketball on Friday night. It's a late one. 9 o'clock on Friday night against Brown here in the Smith Center. We'll be on the air at 8 p.m. for that one. For now, we're going to take a break. Ooh, Eric, you got one more thing?
I got one more thing.
Yep.
And I'd like it to be totally warm and fuzzy, but I think I do have a question a little bit about our rebounding. Didn't see it in great form on Elizabeth City State tonight against some bigger players. You had 6 offensive rebounds, 9 points. Lower side, you're 37. Total rebounds to Loyola's 30, but there was a bulk of the game where it was nip and tuck, just 1 or 2 rebounds, and we weren't always leading that race. I think it's going to be interesting how our front court and the guys like Leaky Black that are able to get inside a rebound, we're going to need it over the course of this season. So that's the thing just to keep our eyes on. It's not worried about it, but it's just interesting because that's going to be a point of emphasis that can really give us a boost.
Carolina averaged 16 offensive rebounds per game a season ago, had 6 tonight. All right, we're going to take a break. Dave will take you the rest of the way through. Heels win at 83-67 from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Justin Osborne of Brevard Middle School in Brevard. His project, Outperforming with Vacuum Forming, is sponsored by Haywood EMC based in Waynesville. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching The Grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Basketball from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Carolina fans, StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heels game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the North Carolina Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. We are still here in the Smith Center as Carolina knocks off Loyola 83-67 tonight to get Hubert Davis his first career head coaching win, and the Tar Heels 1-0 on the early slate. Thanks in large part to a fantastic game played by Caleb Love. Again, we mentioned 22 points to lead the way, 7 of 13 from the floor in 30 minutes of action. The Tar Heels win 83-67, and Adam Lucas is standing by with the second-year Tar Heel guard.
Alongside Caleb Love right outside the Carolina locker room. Caleb, your first game essentially in front of a real Smith Center crowd. What was it like?
I felt good just seeing the fans there. Kind of motivated me, kind of got me energized, and for us to get our first win with them back in the stands, it just felt great.
You played energized. What did you think of your especially offensive performance?
I feel like I should have got more assists, and I feel like I got to get back on the free throw line and make some free throws. But otherwise, I feel like I did pretty good. But there's always room for improvement.
Coach Davis has been tracking your assists even in practice. He wants you to get 6 even in practice. How has that changed the way you see the floor as you're looking at the opposing defense?
Just me being more of a playmaker. Just always get my teammates involved, knowing where they want the ball and where they like their spots. So he just making me see the floor better, and it's helping me as a player.
Loyola, kind of a tricky opening game opponent because they threw a couple different defenses at you. What kind of challenge did that present?
We've been working on it the past 3 days, so we really weren't surprised at any of that. So we watched film on them the past 3 days, and so we weren't really surprised. So we got so many different plays, so we just attacked them different ways, and we got what we wanted.
You prepared specifically for Loyola over the last couple of days, which is a little different than the way things have been done before. How did that help you?
Just getting more information, more reps against their defense, their offense, how they run things, and it's just giving us better preparation.
Coach Davis has been talking up your defense. Could Caleb Love be an impactful defensive player?
Yeah, for sure. I want to be the defensive player of the year in the ACC, and I just feel like that me being a point guard and me being front line on every defense, I feel like that I can get my teammates involved and get them to play defense better, and as I go, as they go.
Coach Davis was pretty emotional when he came in the locker room after the game. He's continually said it's not about him, but knowing him as you do, what do you think it meant to him to get that first one?
It meant a lot to him because he cares about this program so much. He cares about this Carolina family, this team, and he cares about us. So it just means a lot to him, and you could tell every time he steps on the court, off the court, it's just his passion, his personality, that he can tell that he loves this game.
That's Caleb Love after a great season opening performance. Tar Heels are 1-0.
Thank you, Adam Lucas, for bringing us that interview with Caleb. On Caleb, let's go to our Coca Zero Sugar play of the game. With Zero Sugar, now even more deliciousness, the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar is the best Coke ever. You can find out for yourself.
Rolls off the rim. Garcia with the board. Carolina on the move. Love dribbles in to the cup and gets the bucket and the foul. Sent it way over the challenge of Illich for 2.
And there is your Coke play of the game, Caleb Love cashing in. Carolina wins 83-67. More scores, and your, first look at the new college football playoff rankings. We mentioned Pitt comes in at number 21. We'll reveal who's sitting in the catbird seat and who would be in the Final Four if things. This week, of course, case, but always important. Wins tonight, Loyola 83-67.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Dunkin' is here with your holiday helpers. Take on the season with a holiday classic like a peppermint mocha signature latte or a rich and creamy toasted white chocolate signature latte. Bold, smooth Dunkin' espresso and holiday flavors come together. Classic notes of mocha balanced with cooling peppermint or flavors of white chocolate topped with caramel and cinnamon sugar for a touch of holiday magic that will help you seize the season. Sip through the holidays with signature lattes from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. And their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Carolina basketball has been brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
Fans, if you've had any alcohol as part of your game day activities, make sure you don't get behind the wheel. There are more ways than ever to get home safely. Call a friend, a cab, take a bus, or even app your ride. A message from the governor's highway safety program. Carolina wins safely 83-67 tonight over Loyola to begin the season 1-0. The Greyhounds dropped 0-1 and move along to Charleston, where they'll be playing not only the Cougars but a couple of other teams down in South Carolina. Carolina, again, moves on to a late Friday game, 9 p.m. against Brown before heading into the second week of the season. As, again, Hubert Davis spoke to Jones a little earlier in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. We'll replay those comments later on, but right now, let's get a final look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. College football playoff rankings out for a second week. No change at the top. Georgia still number 1. Alabama number 2. Oregon up to the 3 spot. Ohio State 4. And Cincinnati up to number 5. Michigan, this will be interesting here, who fell to Michigan State just a couple of weeks ago in the 6th spot. The Spartans now at number 7 after dropping 4 spots from a loss last Saturday. Oklahoma sitting at 8. Notre Dame 9. Oklahoma State 10. The three ACC teams that are ranked: Wake Forest 12, NC State 16, and Carolina's opponent on Thursday, Pittsburgh, in at number 21. So that's what's happening with the CFP in college basketball action. Currently, with about 3.5 minutes left to play in Raleigh, NC State putting some distance between itself and Bucknell. The Pack leads 83-65. Under a minute to play from Blacksburg. Virginia Tech ready to close out Maine, 82-45. Boston College leading Dartmouth 63-42 with 6:40 to play in the second half. Virginia trailing Navy at the half. This is interesting, 42-35. The Cavs down by 7. Louisville, meanwhile, up 4 on Southern, 29-25 at the under 4 timeout in the first half. Duke and Kentucky underway. Duke up 2-1 on the Wildcats from the Champions Classic. Your earlier finals from the ACC: Syracuse 97, Lafayette 63. The Citadel surprises Pittsburgh 78-63. Clemson beats Presbyterian 64-53. It's Miami of Ohio upending Georgia Tech 72-69, and Miami by 10 over Canisius 77-67. The other game from the Champions Classic earlier tonight saw Kansas get by Michigan State 87-74, and some other teams you might be curious about with where Carolina's heading to Connecticut and Uncasville in the Hall of Fame tip-off in a couple of weeks. Villanova routs Mount St. Mary's 91-51, Purdue 96, Bellarmine 67, and Tennessee also a winner 90-62. Those are all ranked teams, Tennessee, Purdue, and Villanova, and they'll all be in Uncasville together with Carolina in just a couple of short weeks. The Tar Heels knock off Loyola, Maryland tonight, 83-67. We'll check back in with Jones and Coach Davis. It was bound to happen at some point. We almost made it through the entire broadcast. One little slip-up will set the record straight with Coach Davis getting his first win, 83-67 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.